everyone. Sorry I'm running late and that I'm sideways for some reason.
Ooh, are we all tilted?
I'm going to work on that. Stand by here while we're going to let people filter in, and I'm going to get my camera situation sorted out. And it's really funny. I'm going through my iPhone. Maybe that's why.
All he needs is a 90-degree phase shift.
Right. Okay.
Brendan, have you been getting good feedback from your other sessions that you've done for producers over the past few weeks?
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. I mean, people have, not to like toot my own horn, but people have been saying it's life-changing. Pro Tools users have been pretty impressed with what they're seeing in Reaper, and that's why I'm doing it. I think the biggest critical feedback that I've gotten is because I've made all these changes to Reaper, there are some Reaper users who are like, why didn't you teach the default Reaper settings? Which, like I get that, but that's not what I'm doing. So,
yeah, I can see that. A lot of my friends who talk about using Reaper, the first thing they say is that like, you can make it whatever you want, you can customize it, you can do whatever, like you can just make it the thing that you want it to be.
Yeah, the thing that I think is really cool about it is you could have a shop that has your own sort of workflow and customizations and things like that. And you can receive a project from someone who's just using the stock version of Reaper or who has their own customizations or whatever. And under the hood, the program reads the data all the same way. So like your screens might look very different, but you're still working on the same project.
But the sound and functionality that you get with your custom setup, if you send me a project after doing that and I'm running default, will I hear it the same as you do?
You'll hear it the same way. Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. I mean, assuming that I'm not using a third-party plugin, but I mean, that's true with any situation.
Right. And in VST land, the sky's the limit. Yes.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, as far as like what the program is actually doing, it's all, that's all built in. Okay, where we'll start is just walking through the installation. As you'll see, there are some sort of quirks on the Mac side in particular that we just need to kind of walk through together. And a lot of that has to do, especially if you're running Catalina or Big Sur, the new notarization system that Apple has implemented. I'm sure you folks have probably run into this on other programs as well, where you have to approve a third party. Actually, Reaper has the notarization. It's these extensions, these SWS extensions, they don't yet have the notarization. And I've been in contact with the folks who develop it, and they are in the process of buying those notarization tools. So it will hopefully not be that way for too much longer.
One of the other interesting things is that you can have the 64-bit 1015 plus and the M1 variant loaded separately on your computer. They don't conflict with one another as far as I can tell.
Are you on an M1? Have you played around with that at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't because I don't have one. And I've been telling M1 users just to get the Intel-based version, just mostly for plugin compatibility reasons. But it's cool to hear that. Okay, so I suspect that most of you probably have like a general sense of like why I've been evangelizing for Reaper and what I think its strengths are. My vision for doing this is, like I said, it's not necessarily to just knock Pro Tools off the throne. I think what I'm really hoping is that as more engineers get comfortable with using Reaper as well, it's like an extension to the toolkit. It's like another program that you can have running parallel with Pro Tools, and also just as a way of being able to accommodate producers who are using this software. I think one of the things that often happens is producers get to this point where they've made something in Reaper and then it's time to collaborate with someone who's only using Pro Tools, and then there's this question like, what do I do? How do I get my stuff? And I'll walk through a few different ways that I handle that. But what I'd really like to do is just stay in Reaper and let those producers be able to have their pieces finished in Reaper. And then as you start to sort of get a sense for like what Reaper can do, I think it would be worth considering, like, are there ways that you might slowly, especially if you're on a team or if you're working at an academic institution, are there ways that you might be considering transitioning to the software in place of Pro Tools, and we can talk about the various advantages and disadvantages of doing that. It runs on Mac, PC, Linux. It runs on all sorts of old and new computers. I even have, not the most recent version, but I have Reaper 5 running on a G4 Mac Mini from 2002. So like, you don't get a huge track count with that, but it actually works pretty well. It's super accessible in the sense that you can download it very quickly. It's a 20 megabyte download. It has this free 60-day demo, but then after the 60-day demo, it still works. It never stops, never locks down any features, so it's always available. And when it's in demo mode, the only real restriction is that it bugs you for 5 seconds, before you can start the program. When you do buy it, it's only $60 for a small business license, and if you make over 20 grand with it, then they ask you to pay $225 for a commercial license, and that's all on the honor system. But if you like it as much as I like it, I think you'll be really excited to give them at least $60 for it. There's no copy protection, there's no iLock, but one of the cool things that you can do is you can do this portable install where you can just have it running straight off of your thumb drive with all of your presets and all of your customizations and everything like that. So I actually have a version that I can just, take with me wherever I go on my keychain, and it doesn't matter what computer I have, like both a PC and a Mac version. So I'm never without my tools, even when I'm away from home. I've also been sort of cheekily telling people that Reaper sounds better, and I know that that's not actually true in terms of its mix bus or anything like that. But what I mean by that is it has an automatic crossfade feature. So especially when people are just starting to learn dialogue editing, I teach people to dialogue edit in a way where all they have to do is just sort of nudge their regions or clips, in Reaper speak it's called items, into each other, and then it does an automatic crossfade. And as a result, I tend to find that people get much quicker, much better at editing dialogue faster. And there's some other kind of cool tricks that I'll show you in a minute about, like, when you're teaching dialogue editing that Reaper does. It has like a colored peaks mode or a colored waveform mode that actually can help people see the parts of speech in a little bit clearer way. The biggest thing for me, though, is the editing workflow. And a lot of this has to do with this feature, Ripple, which is kind of like the Pro Tools Shuffle, although it works a little bit differently, which I actually found frustrating at first when I just started using Reaper. And then as I got accustomed to it, I really prefer it over Shuffle. And the big thing about Shuffle is that it has a mode where you can just shuffle, or rather ripple, the entire project. So you don't have to do this sort of like select all the way to the end of a thing, or you don't have to deal with grouping tracks. It's just a way of making that edit really quickly. And that has sped up my workflow, especially like when you get to the sort of final stage of a project where you're having to maybe take out whole chapters, or just having to take out like one word or phrase or something like that. This is a really fast and effective way of doing that. It reads basically every audio file format I've ever thrown at it natively. So you don't have to take an MP3 and turn it into a wave. It has a container for all of these different formats. Obviously a lot of us are going to be using full quality waves from the get-go. But if we have older pieces, archival pieces, or music that started out as an MP3, the file sessions can actually be a lot smaller. And I'll demonstrate this as well. But one of the things that I used to do back when bandwidth was more limited and I was just sort of figuring out how to collaborate with people online, was I would have them send me their raw interviews just as low quality MP3s, and then I would start editing immediately on the MP3s. And Reaper has this really nice way of just basically saying, instead of looking at this file, look at that file. So I can wait for them to upload the full quality wave, and then get all of my edits in place. And it's a super seamless process. And actually, for the people who are really advanced, you can even, and I've done this once before, you can even open up the session file format, the RPP, and it's XML based. So you can actually do like find and replace type functions. And say like, look at waves instead of MP3s, and it will just like look at these new files. So for people who are really getting under the hood, that is a cool trick that you can do. It also has a bunch of just other features that I find really useful for managing projects and keeping things organized. And I'll try to point those out as we go. And I think this is probably true for any of you who have used any software that like, once you use a program for a while, it kind of teaches you the way it thinks. And I just find that Reaper, not only do I appreciate the way it thinks, it feels very thoughtfully designed, especially if you are of a engineering or even a programming type mindset. You can program your own key commands, you can make macros. So a lot of these things that I know people have used third-party applications to sort of hack their way around making Pro Tools do the things that they want it to do. You can do that all natively inside Reaper, and that's something that I'll demo as well. It has unlimited tracks, so there, the versions don't, you don't have to upgrade to like the Pro Tools Ultimate version. If you are doing any sort of surround type work, each track bus can accommodate up to 64 channels per track. So that's why a lot of people in the ambisonic world have been using Reaper, because you don't need to use the Pro Tools Ultimate version. And then this is something that's really nerdy, but it has really effective CPU usage on plugins. So I have this turned on in the profile that I'll be sending, but it has a mode where basically it is not using plugin power when it doesn't need to. So it just is turning things on and off like as it needs to use them. And it also has this way of pre-rendering processor intensive stuff as you're playing. So you can kind of set that buffer and let it sort of get ahead. And this doesn't really dramatically affect its responsiveness, but it does mean that you're able to use a lot more plugins and do crazy kinds of things that when I try to do those same things in Pro Tools, I just get all sorts of, CPU errors. So I'm able to have like much bigger projects as a result, and I'll show you what some of those look like on my end. You can build and share presets, and I know that that's true in Pro Tools as well, but I find it has a really handy way of doing that. And built into this configuration file, I have a preset template that I've constructed, which you all are welcome to adapt and change and do whatever you want with. But this configuration file I find is so effective, especially I can imagine if you are working in an institution or at a big team and you have to coordinate a lot of different users who maybe aren't super tech savvy. You can use these configuration files as a way of getting all their settings in line, or if something gets out of whack, you can have them just like reload a configuration file. So it's a really effective way of managing teams of people as well. There are other, like, I've been calling them esoteric reasons why I like Reaper. I think it's just like it has shaped the way that I think about how I construct making radio. And I have a hard time sort of explaining why that is, but I really feel like it's made me a better and more thoughtful editor, and has encouraged me, because of its flexibility, to attempt sonically different things that I just wouldn't have tried otherwise. So I'll try to point that stuff out as it comes up in the demo. But it's super deep, meaning that every time I'm using it, I feel like I'm learning something new, some new extra trick, which I might add as a key command. And it just has this feeling of like it's teaching me how to keep using it, no matter how much I learn about it. There's like still more that I can learn, or more that I can construct for myself. So it actually makes me really excited to use it as a result. So yeah, let's just dig into it. I'm going to share my screen. How many of you are using PC versus Mac? No PC users. Everyone's on a Mac. All right. Well, then we'll walk through this all together on the Mac. So Reaper.fm, download, and so I've been telling everyone to use the 64-bit version.
Brendan,
yeah.
Excuse me, I am on PC.
Okay. So if you're on a PC, just get the 64-bit version. the real difference is your installation process is going to be a lot more smooth than the rest of ours. So
Yeah, I'm already installed. So
all right, well then, great. I'm glad to hear it. And then we talked a little bit about the M1 versus the Intel, but I've been telling people to get the 10.15 plus version. The difference between this version and this version is that the 10.15 plus has that Apple notarization stuff built in. So this has been more compatible. And there's a note about for maximum plugin compatibility, backwards compatibility. If you run into issues, you can go to this version. But for most users, I haven't run into any of those problems yet. So the 10.
Yeah, the 64-bit version didn't install for me on Catalina. There was a security message. It wouldn't install. It wouldn't open.
Yeah, and that's the notarization issue. So that's why you'd want to go for the 10.15 plus version for Catalina and above. My only point is that I'm on Mojave and I'm still using the 10.15 plus version, and I'm not getting any sort of negative effect as a result of that. Because this is the power user group, let me also just point out this is the where the beta versions of REAPER exist. And because I'm obsessed with REAPER, I check this almost every day, and there's a what's new. So they're just doing a release candidate for their next version, which should come out any day now. And they're actually going to be adding a new feature called Razor Edits, which I haven't dug super deep into, so I won't really talk about them for now. And also, my configuration in REAPER basically does something very similar, and it mimics the way that Pro Tools works. So I don't think Razor Edits are going to change the way that we work in a super dramatic way. But just to point out that this is the changelog, and you get to see in a lot of detail, if you are of that kind of mind, what is happening and where the program is going. And so that's how I roll. So the SWS extensions are like, they're an extension that expands what REAPER can do, and it runs totally seamlessly inside of REAPER. I'm just going to put the beta version in the chat so you have that as well, but I'm going to recommend that we install the non-beta for the time being. They just updated it a few days ago, so it should be pretty good. But I suspect that when they do finally add that notarization stuff, it's going to show up here in the beta versions. Let's close that for now. The SWS extensions, as you'd expect, if you are on the Windows, get the x64. If you're on a Mac, get the x64, unless you're on the M1, but I'm not going to talk about the M1. And I have got some Linux users from time to time in these groups, and they usually know which version to get, and it's usually the x64 version. And then I suspect that a lot of you probably already have this installed. I know that I think Rob posted this on the Facebook group a while ago, but Ulean Loudness Meter. The reason that I have people download it, apart from the fact that it's free and pretty good, is that I include it as one of the plugins in the radio and podcast template that I built into the configuration. So I have that sitting on the master track, and so download that. So I'm going to download all this stuff and install it in parallel with everyone. And I've talked about this portable install version, and I'll walk you through what that looks like. So first of all, in my downloads directory, if I open up REAPER, agree, as I'm sure you all know, most of you will just drag and drop, while this opens, drag and drop the REAPER icon directly into your applications folder. That's your standard install. And when you do that standard install, it unpacks some files in the sort of the library part of the Mac system. So sort of in a hidden area from most users. And there's a way to very quickly find that. But the reason I bring that up is when I do this portable install version, it kind of reveals all of that, all of the sort of the engine room, the behind the scenes stuff in the same folder as where you install it. So I'm just going to point out both of those things in a minute. But I recommend everyone do the standard install. And if you've already installed REAPER before and have an older version, you can just install on top of the old version. And Reaper is actually very good at making themselves backwards compatible. So I've never run into any sort of issue where upgrading from an older version causes errors or prevents me from doing certain things. They're very thoughtful about that. So to do the portable install, I'm just going to make a blank folder called Reaper. And on the Windows version, this is as simple as when you open up the exe file, there's a little checkbox saying like, I want to do a portable install. And then it will ask you like, where do you want to do the portable install? So you could install it straight to a thumb drive. So on this portable install, I'm just going to drag and drop the application into this blank folder. And then the way that you do a portable install on the Mac side is basically you just create an empty text file and you rename it reaper.ini. So this is just a 0 bytes empty text file. And on the portable side, as soon as it finishes copying over, I can just launch Reaper. Yes, I do want to open it. And as you can see, it's installing all of the files that it needs. And so all this stuff would be sort of hidden in your application support folder. It's also going to scan for my plugins, which I'm going to skip for now. And then it will ask you to select your audio device. And I assume that most of you know what to do here. I personally like just keeping it on the default system settings rather than selecting from up here, because that way I can just option click on the speaker up there and independently select whichever devices. And a lot of my devices now are actually loopback virtual devices. But that's what's happening there. And you can set up your sample rate and block size if you want. But the kind of cool thing about Reaper is that you can have it be sample rate independent. So not only can you mix and match material of different sample rates on the same project, but you can have it follow the sample rate of whatever your device is currently set to. That can cause problems sometimes, so I often just force it to 48, assuming that I'm doing 48. But you might do 44.1 or higher or whatever. And then obviously your block size, I usually do that at 1024. But you can set it to whatever you want. So I'm just going to hit OK. And then on the Windows side, you'll have some more options. And I'm assuming that if you're a Windows user, you'll know like the differences between wave out versus direct out versus a CO. But if you have a third-party audio device, USB device or whatever, probably best to use the ASIO driver for that.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
Just question about the terminology there. Request sample rate. That means that Reaper is always going to run at that sample rate independent of what the system or the system is set to, or
I believe
what's
what it
the
means.
Request terminology.
I believe request means it is taking control of your audio device. So
Reaper is going to change the sample rate of your device.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Whereas if you didn't have that on, then if you opened up, well, that's the MIDI side, but
it would follow your device setting.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it. All right. So still evaluating. So at this point, we should have the base program installed. And then this is where it gets a little bit tricky on the Mac side. So I used to have people like have to find the whole application support folder, and that was a huge headache. Turns out there's a super easy way to do it that I just learned in the last few months. But if you go to Options and Show Reaper Resource Path in Explorer Finder, that will direct you to that folder that will be in your user application support Reaper. And in my case, it's pointing to the portable install folder that I just made, but it's the same guts of the program. So then in that folder, you're going to look for user plugins, and it should be blank if you haven't been using Reaper yet. So I'm going to open up the SWS DMG. And I always sort of go a little bit slower when I'm doing one of my demos because this is where the problems tend to come up. But basically, I'm just going to drag and drop this into the user plugins folder. I'm not going to do this thing, which doesn't work, which is really frustrating, which has been broken for a long time, which I've complained about, and they're in the process of fixing. But that is something that I also hope to see updated soon. Just sort of the backdrop of this is that the SWS extensions are volunteer run, so it's a different set of folks than the people who are coding Reaper on a day-to-day basis. But it adds a bunch of cool extra functionality. The most important of which is automatic loudness normalization, which I've made part of my system, and I'll show you how I do that. So at this point, we should all have in our resource directory user plugins and this dylib. And if you're on the PC side, it'll be a DLL instead of a dylib.
Hey, sorry, one more question. Is there any downside to putting that in your system library folder as opposed to a user library folder?
I don't know. I know that the user library is the default, and I think it would mostly have to do with like where Reaper is expecting to look. So I actually don't do the whole user library or anything. I effectively, when I have in my applications folder, rather than putting Reaper directly in applications, I do a portable install in my applications folder. So for me, because I am getting into this stuff quite a bit, that's kind of the more effective way of working. So I don't have a good answer to your question. I'm sure there's probably a way to set it up that way, but I don't know how off the top of my head. So at this point, we've moved the stuff, the SWS into the user plugins, but we won't see anything until we restart Reaper. And this is when, if you are on Catalina or Big Sur, you will run into an issue. So I'm going to close Reaper, and then I'm going to relaunch it. And if you're on Mojave or earlier, it should just work, and you should have an extensions edition on top of your menu bar. So this whole extra panel. But if you are on a recent operating system, you're going to have to go to your Apple and System Preferences and Security and Privacy, and go to the General tab. And it should have some notification here about like this is an unidentified third-party developer, and then you'll have to unlock it, do your password. Oops, I've got my caps lock on. And then you should be able to just accept it. At this point, you will probably have to restart your Reaper in order for the SWS to kick in. Okay, David says it works. That's great. Oh, you moved it to the system library and it works. That's cool.
Yeah, I've got it in system library too, and it looks like once I allow it in preferences, SWS is working.
Huh.
I'm running Mojave also, so I don't know if that has.
Oh, I got Catalina and it's working.
Okay. And did you run into that third-party issue when you did it that way, David?
Not on Mojave, no.
Oh, you're on Mojave. Who just said that they were on?
That was me. I'm on Catalina. I ran into that issue. Went to security and privacy, allowed it, restarted Reaper, and it seems to have, it didn't get the pop-up the second time.
Great. That's excellent. Okay. So from here, and so in your downloads folder, actually, I have a bunch of copies because I've been downloading this over and over through all these demos. Okay, so this is where I'm going to just pause for a minute and say, if you have already used Reaper, or if you have a pre-existing set of key commands that you're used to, I would tell people to back everything up. And I'm going to have us back everything up together because I think it's good practice, and I just want you to see how it works. So I'm going to just full screen this. And I'm going to go to my preferences, which if you're on a Mac, you probably know it's Command, comma, but it's also under the options and preferences. And if you're on PC, I believe it's Control P. I didn't mean to do that. But when you open up the preferences panel, you can get a sense of like it's really customizable. And so when you import and export a configuration, you're also importing and exporting all of this data. And the way you do that is at the very, very top where it says General, there's Import and Export Configuration. So just for the sake of doing it, let's all export together. And by default, it's just going to have the configuration checked. For safety reasons and for like Uber compatibility, I tell people just to check everything. And that way, if you are working with someone who has been using Reaper already, they'll always be able to roll back if they need to. But when we import, it's going to really dramatically change the layout and the key commands and everything. So this is why I'm doing it. So you check all the boxes and hit save. And this is going to save it into the configurations folder within your Reaper resource directory. So I usually save it as default config and then the date. So it writes all those files. And just nerdy, interestingly, the config file actually is a zip file. If you add a .zip into it, you can open it up as a zip and see all the files in it. So that's kind of just mildly interesting. But just to prove the point, if I go to Options and show Reaper resource path and go to Configurations, that's where the file I just made lives now. And this is where a lot of stuff is going to live, like when you start making templates. You can make templates for whole projects, you can make templates for tracks, but all the stuff lives in this resource directory. So let's now import my configuration. Unfortunately, you can't just double-click on the configuration file and have that work. That's a feature request that I've logged with the developer, but who knows if and when that'll ever happen. But for now, we will go to General and Import Configuration, and then navigate to wherever you downloaded my configuration file. Hit Open, and it's going to say Reaper has to restart, but that's okay. Hit OK. And then keep all these boxes checked, but just know that if you were in a situation where you wanted to be more picky about what types of things were being imported or not, this is how you do it. So I'm going to just hit Import. And it's going to relaunch. Oh, and it's scanning my plugins again, so I'm going to hit cancel. But obviously, some of you might have a lot of plugins, and it might take some time to go through that process. But I imagine that you'll want to let it go through that process. And so at this point, it looks pretty different.
Hey, I'm Brandon.
Yeah.
So since my team and I are all on PCs, if there's any particular gotchas with any of these that we should be aware of, please let us know, since we're all on Windows.
I actually find that the Windows installation is much smoother. I'm trying to think of like what kind of gotchas what that might mean. Do you have like a particular concern in mind?
Not yet.
Okay, I don't know of any.
I ran into something that just now, actually importing your config file, which I don't know if might be a quirk of my system because I'm using a Dante audio interface. But your config file includes the option to force the device's sample rate, which didn't match my Dante device. It's sort of a weird quirk of this, but if just to flag that, like that's part of. It looks like that's part of the configuration that you have here. Is that Reaper is going to force your system to 48K, basically.
Right. If you manually change it there and hit apply, does that solve the issue?
Yeah, it solved the issue. But like as soon as I did it, I lost audio for a second on the Zoom call, and I was like,
because your sample rate changed.
Exactly, sample rate change didn't match my Dante device, so I had to just like go through and tackle it quickly. But that's like a
well, that actually is an interesting thing for me to consider. Maybe I should keep that unchecked for future versions of this configuration. I guess my thinking was better to have that linked, but
it might be very quirky to my system. I think it's
I haven't run into that issue with other folks yet, but I can see how it could be. So that's a good note. All right, so let me just kind of give a tour of REAPER and then why it's a little bit different. And actually, I'm gonna to do this, I'm gonna open up. This is kind of one of the interesting quirks about having the portable install is I can have 2 instances of the program running at the same time. And there aren't many situations where this would actually be advantageous, but I have once in the past found it useful to have 2 things running at the same time, and you can copy and paste across the 2 different applications. So if you find yourself in that kind of corner case, that is a possibility. But for now, I'm going to move over to the one that I have prepared for you. And I'll just give a little bit of a rundown of what we're looking at. So the first thing that you'll notice is that I've made the layout mirror the sort of default layout of Pro Tools in a few important ways. So there's a track manager on the side here. And then there is what's equivalent of a clips list on the side. I assume that you probably have your own music and voice that you could test this out, but I'm going to put a couple links in the chat. One is just a little recording of me and then some music. So you can download that. And I'm just going to drag and drop it into the REAPER interface directly. And as you'd expect, most of this stuff is drag and droppable. So I've got my music and I've got my voice. And notice how these were blank tracks, but when I dragged something new into the interface, it named the track the same name as the file. Or if you had a blank track, if the track already existed and you put a new file in, it automatically names the track that file name. And then if you drag in a file without a track, it makes a new track with that file name as well. Another kind of cool thing is as you move things around the interface, if I pull it down where there's no track, it makes a track for me. So as you build sessions, it can be a very quick way of, you don't have to like make a new track or anything like that. You can just move things where they need to go. But for the time being, I'm just going to delete all that. By the way, all of these panels and stuff, it's all totally modular. So I can right click on it and undock it. So I can make it its own panel, and I can expand it that way if I want to. Or I can right click it and dock it back into the Docker. I can also move them different places. So like I can take the track manager and move it on the other side if I want, So everything is like totally modular, and there are different places around the interface that you can stick it depending on what your preferred layout is. Like I can put it up here. So right now, the default that I have is keeping the track manager where you'd expect it if you were on Pro Tools. I've got a navigator up here on the top, which is your sort of map of the session. And that's also scalable, which is kind of nice. But all this stuff is totally hideable too. So I can turn it off using either key commands or if there are key commands. And especially if you're working on like, I have an 11-inch MacBook Air, this is a way of getting a lot of that screen real estate back. And also, like, if you are working with folks who maybe don't need to go super deep with some of these other things, you can have a much cleaner layout and it's maybe less intimidating that way. But again, I have it turned on this way because I think it's what most Pro Tools folks would expect. One of the biggest things about REAPER is a real game changer coming from many other programs is that it has tabs. So I can very quickly tab between different projects. and it happens pretty fast. Like this is my Wolverine project, which has hundreds of tracks, and I can very easily just hop between these different sessions. And really powerfully, if I were to say copy this whole dialogue track, this is part of a Love and Radio piece, I can copy and paste just about anything. So I can click on a track, do command. Oh, let me put on my Pinpoint app. And that way, when I do key commands, you can see what I'm doing on my screen. There we go. Okay, so if I do command copy and then go to this project that I've just been working in and I do command paste, not only am I getting the entire track, but I'm getting all the plugin data for that track and all automation that might be in that track as well. So rather than doing the import session data kind of thing, where you have this sort of I find it a not super intuitive graphical user interface. The way to do that kind of thing in Reaper is just copying and pasting whole tracks. And it's cool. Like I can copy and paste the whole track, or I could just copy and paste. Let me do it differently. Just the items themselves, and then go to a new tab and paste them in that way. And so here I'm not getting that plugin data because I didn't copy the tracks, I copied the items. So you can be very specific about like what it is that you want to be taking, and that is really become a big part of my workflow when I'm collaborating with other people. So when I was doing the Wolverine project, the first season, it was just me and Chloe Prasinos doing the whole thing. And this is an episode from the first season. And we would just focus on different sections of the project to work on, whether it was dialogue or music or effects. And in many cases, we were just building these things up track by track slowly. But in some cases, that might mean, working on a part of the story in its own project. And then you can do that very quickly. And then if you are doing the kind of workflow where you've got a lot of reporters who are doing their own edits and stuff like that, and then you're in the kind of role of having to collage them and assemble them, and that's a really effective way of working, is that they can be all doing their part of their workflow. They can focus on their own thing, and then it's very easy for you to start making these assemblies of that become larger projects. Just to sort of make some Reaper terminology translations, this whole box on the side here, on the right side, instead of the clips list, this is called the project media / effects bay. And I just want to point out what some of the differences are between this and the clips list in Pro Tools. In the project media and effects bay, there are multiple tabs. And I'll walk through the tabs maybe I'll do it now. Why not? So this is sort of not the order that I normally teach things, but because I imagine that a lot of you use the clips list as part of your workflow, I think it's worth just talking about in a little bit more detail. So you have multiple tabs up here, and source media is just a list of all the media elements in the whole project. This is every file that's in the project, and you can do a bunch of things here. There's this actions, which will allow you to organize files in different ways if you want to. You can right click on them, you can rename them, you can replace them with other files. So that's super helpful. Like, as I was saying, if you are taking an MP3 and wanting to upgrade to a full quality wave, that's one of the ways you do it. There are several ways of doing it. And that general philosophy is sort of true throughout Reaper. There are often multiple ways of doing the same thing, and it's all referencing the same data under the hood. The next tab is the Media Items tab, and this is maybe the closest to the clips list. So as you'll see, if I start making edits on an item, all of those edits will appear as their own item. So I've made several items. And again, item is the terminology in Reaper. When I say item, it's the same thing as saying region or clip. but I'm going to try to specifically say item in this workshop, although I do sometimes slip, because when we start talking about key commands and programming and some of this other stuff, having the right terminology is necessary. But as you'd expect with a clip list, and I'll walk through this in a minute a little bit slower, but if I were to rename this, like Brendan's voice, now it shows up as Brendan's voice here, and I can drag and drop from the clips list or the media items tab, and I can also search. So periodically throughout these different dialog windows and interfaces, you'll see something called the filter. Filter is a way of like narrowing down your options or narrowing down your search. So if I did a search for Brendan, it's just going to give me the instance of that item. So as you can imagine, as you start to build much bigger projects, this is a really handy way of finding things. And you can also mute different regions from this interface as well, I believe. Yeah, mute. So I can mute them all. In this case, I had 2 instances of the same item, and I'm able to mute them both simultaneously that way. But as soon as I start making different versions of that item, as soon as there's any difference, it appears as its own item. So that's handy if you are needing to change, like a file that it repeats consistently throughout your session. But as soon as you start tweaking it and turning it into its differentiated item, it appears that way. And by the way, you can have it retain items or not. So right now I'm having it set up to whenever I've deleted something from my my session view, my arrange view, I still have the ability to bring it back. So that's what this little column is, retain. There is an option to turn that off. Automatically retain media items when removed from project. And that way you won't build up as much stuff in your media items, but I think retaining is maybe the more useful way of doing it, especially for radio production. What else about this? Well, let's maybe move on from the media items. I'll just sort of very quickly go over these, but not in a ton of detail. I'll just tell you what they are, and then as they come up later on in the session, we can maybe revisit them. This next tab, FX, is if I had a plugin on, and I'll show you how I do this in a minute, but I'm just going to move fast. If I have a plugin on a track, it'll show me all the plugins in my session. I can globally disable all the plugins at once. I can selectively disable plugins that are processor intensive. And I can just do all of that type of stuff very quickly from the interface here. Next tab is parameters. So as you start to get into automation and stuff like this, this is a way of representing all the different automated parameters. I actually don't use this very often. There's a different way of, and a way that you'll be doing more of your, like if you want to automate certain things, doing that from the track panel itself. And I'll talk about that more in a moment. Next is item groups, and I'll talk about groups more slowly in a minute, but just to make a group really quick, whenever I group items together, this is sort of like clip groups in Pro Tools. It will come up here, and helpfully you can name the groups too. So if like I had a certain sequence, I could call this like intro sequence. If I could spell, I'm not spelling very well on the fly, but that's how you do it. And then as soon as you ungroup it, it disappears. So you can have many groups at once, and you can keep track of groups. And if you're like making assemblies or like interview chunks that you'll want to then maybe import into another project, this is a nice way of being able to group them and have them as a container and share them across projects that way. After this is take comps. If you're doing any sort of like vocal comping type stuff, that doesn't seem to come up very often in the podcast world, but I know a lot of you do music stuff as well. And so that's where that data exists. I won't really talk about that. And then automation items are a relatively new feature that I don't use yet, but it's a way of the same way that you have items, you can create a automation item. And I haven't really done this yet. It's not part of my workflow, but conceptually what you can do is rather than just doing automation, you can create boxes of automation, which then you can move around. And that's more helpful in a musical context if you're doing repeating patterns of things. But it's one of the things that REAPER allows you to do. Okay, so that is the Project Media Effects Bay. Super handy. And this is actually something that I didn't really start to dig into until a few years ago. And once I started really realizing what is possible to do here, it really kind of blew open my whole workflow. Turning over to the track manager on this side, I find this less helpful, and I mostly have it there because it mirrors what you'd expect in Pro Tools. But you can do basic things like you can hide tracks, turn them on and off. You can mute them from here. You can solo them from here. And that's just doing the same thing as if you soloed them directly from the interface. But if you right-click, you can hide various columns. So I can independently hide things in the track control panel versus the mixer control panel down here. I, by default, have them linked. So if you hide one in one space, it'll hide in the other space. But just to point out that there are a bunch of ways to customize things here. And there is some useful information, like it can tell you what the plugin delay compensation for each track is. If you have a track that has a particularly large number of plugins or processor heavy plugins, it'll tell you how much it's compensating. And that's a nice way of also being able to pinpoint when, if you're starting to push the limit of your computer. And just since I'm talking about that, under View, there is a performance meter, which will graph your CPU usage over time and tell you like which tracks are using which plugins and how many plugins and what the plugin delay compensation is and how it's managing all that stuff, basically. So obviously there's not a lot happening in this basic session. So we talked about how everything's modular. We talked about, let's just talk about some other sort of fundamental differences between Pro Tools and REAPER. So when I make a new track, this, unlike Pro Tools, this is one of the key commands that I haven't mirrored. Command T, I think I took that from Ableton, but Command T for a track. You can also just go up to track and insert new track. And I'll show you how you can change all the key commands in a minute too. But things about tracks to know is that in Pro Tools, you'd have a mono and stereo track and they shouldn't cross ever, right? Or you can turn two mono tracks into a stereo track, but you know what I mean? Like they're different sort of worlds. In REAPER, a track is a track. And that's true whether it's audio or, strangely, whether it's MIDI too. And I can demo that if you're interested. But just to sort of mock this up, let's pretend that this was a mono file. You can see that I can mix and match a mono item with a stereo item, and REAPER just interprets it just fine. But as you start doing, if you're into doing like more surround stuff or the ambisonic stuff, like we were using a first order ambisonic mic, which is 4 channels. And so rather than having it be a stereo track, now it becomes a 4-channel track. But let me just point that out in the sort of simpler version of this. So up here in the corner, this is your track properties. And you can say, by default, it'll be a 2-channel track. And you can have up to 64 channels per track. This also is helpful when you are starting to get into side chaining and stuff like that, because you can have a track that has 4 tracks and maybe you just see the 2 stereo tracks, but in the background there is 2 extra tracks for side chaining, or and I can demo that if you're interested. So tracks are tracks, and I can slow down and show you this in a minute, but if I were to make a MIDI item, just to point out, I can have MIDI items on the same track, and it's possible to actually independently assign instruments, virtual instruments to items. So I can put a different instrument here, and I can have my own chunks of various, if that was a helpful workflow. That's not the way that I normally work. Kind of a corner case, but it's possible to do. Let me just show this to you. There's just so many things since I'm talking to a crowd of engineers. I'm like, oh, and I want to show you this thing. And I want to show you this thing. Before I get into talking about peaks, let me also point out that so this voice file was actually a stereo file. And if I right click on it, item settings, I can choose what part of it to use. I can choose whether I want it to be just its normal stereo version. I can choose whether I want to take the left side or the right side, or I can make a down mix combo of the two sides of the channel. So that can be really handy if you're trying to collapse a stereo file into a mono file. That obviously won't work for everything, but in the cases where you need it, it's super handy. And then you can also, if you had a polywave, so like if you've got a field recorder, this might be more common in the film world. You can take instances of the same polywave on different tracks and then have it pick from those different channels. And so it's referencing the same file, but it'll appear as if it were a different item. So that's kind of interesting as well. So let's talk about peaks. And by peaks, I mean waveforms. They're called peaks in Reaper land. And by default, I'm just using the normal, what you'd expect, black and white waveform display. But there's some cool options in Reaper. So if I go to Options and Peaks Display Mode, you'll see that I can set it up as spectral peaks. And what this means is that it's coloring the waveform based on its frequency content. So especially I've found with people who are just learning how to dialogue edit, this can be a really helpful way of not just getting a better sense of what the waveforms sound like and how they might correspond to different syllables, but you can see sort of what an S syllable, S or noisy sounds will tend to be black. Just a little bit test out, sure that, so those are all my S's. And then, these colored ones are going to be different vowel sounds early in Reaper. So similar colors are going to have a similar tonality. And this is also a way of, if you are doing that kind of dialogue editing thing where you're trying to make an edit happen across a syllable and there's like an up or tonal change across the syllable, you can actually see it. So that is really handy, I find. So that's
is it editable?
Is it editable?
Can you change the pitch? Can you go in and say grab a color point on one section and match it with a color point on another wave and change the pitch?
That is an interesting question. You definitely can change the pitch of items, which I haven't shown yet, but I'm happy to show. What would be interesting is, let me just try this. If I changed let me figure out how to do this, standby. If I changed the pitch, this is doing something kind of advanced here, but if I change the pitch, this is new to me. Right now I'm changing the pitch on the item and it's changing the colors as the pitch changes. Isn't that cool? So let's just listen to that and see how it sounds. I'll make another point here. Yeah. Let's just really mess it up.
Test audio to make sure that your
audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper.
So that's pretty rad, right? I'm going to turn all that off. So the answer, I guess, to your question that we're discovering together is yes. So that's one thing you can do. You can also set it up as a spectrogram. So Options, Peaks Display Mode, show as spectrogram. And did that stick? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. It takes extra time to calculate this data the first time you do it because it's recalculating a new new peak data every time you add something that's beyond the sort of basic black and white waveform. So that's part of the reason why I have it turned off by default, because it takes longer to load and also just because it might be confusing to people who are just starting out. But again, this is why I'm showing it to you, so you can decide how you want to use this. But so, this is your spectrogram as you would imagine in RX. And, it's definitely not as comprehensive as RX. You can do some very basic spectral editing. And by spectral editing, really, it's like you can kind of mute out or like hide certain things. So like if you were trying to get rid of a hum, you can isolate wherever that hum is and basically just like turn it down. And so you'll see that reflected in the spectral edit. This is pretty super advanced. I very rarely do it. Most of the time, if I'm going to do this kind of work, I actually just want to go into RX because RX is way better. But for something simple like trying to get rid of a persistent tone, you can do that directly in Reaper without having to take anything to RX. So that's kind of cool. And then also for dialogue editing too, I'm actually sort of proud of this. This is one of the feature requests that I added that they actually included, is that when you're crossfading between, you actually sort of see some translucency between the where you're editing. So that's pretty cool. And then, as you know, if you've used a spectrogram, you can start to read it like a musical score. So, like, I know that there's a breath here and here, and that I know that these are S's. Oops. It sounds like it's like smooth, clear. So, if you've used a spectrogram before, you know the pluses and minuses of it. But that's available to you. And then you can also look at them simultaneously together. So now my item is just both the spectrogram and the waveform together. But for most folks, it probably makes sense just to keep it on normal. Oh, and these are all customizable, by the way. You can set it up like Hindenburg, so you can rectify the peaks and have it look like that if that's the way you want to work. So all of this stuff is really flexible. You can change its scaling if you want, and you can dig into the different settings there on your own time.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
So I have a question about the Spectrasonics and the different ways of displaying. So we use Reaper on a regular basis just to do some, field recordings because we find it very reliable for that. But we don't change the default look at all. I'm just wondering, since it probably does take a little bit more calculation time to render out, a spectrogram of those waveforms, would you recommend not using that if you're just up recording, or have you found it not to be an issue?
I haven't worked in that way, but I do know that there are sort of two modes with the spectrogram. There's sort of its initial like calculating it on the fly mode, and then there's the sort of more in-depth mode. So I think we can actually just test this out. What if I'm going to record something here. I'm going to turn this off, and let's just go into spectrogram mode. And let's just see if it will generate the spectrogram as I record. I have no idea. We'll find out together. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is it generating a spectrogram as I'm speaking? And it does seem to be doing that. You can tell that it's a lower resolution right now, so that's maybe not surprising. But and I can tell that graphically it's a little bit sluggish. So I guess to be really scientific about it, I'd want to like look at my CPU meter and see if it's doing something differently. But that's something that is maybe worth testing. I don't know.
If it's sluggish with one track recording, then if you're using it for multi-track, I'd definitely want to test it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's sort of interesting. I'm curious, what would be the advantage of tracking to spectrogram? Like, why would you want to do that?
It was just a curiosity. It's not something which we've actually utilized.
Yeah, totally.
But we do use, in another program, Sequoia, we use the Spectrasonics, which is sort of similar to that on a very regular basis.
Okay.
And we even track with that on when we're doing voiceovers.
Interesting.
So it's just one of those things we're just super used to.
Yeah. I've never used Sequoia before, but yeah.
Like you're in a noisy environment and you've got like lights or something at a very high frequency that's hard to hear. You'd be able to see it immediately.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I don't know, spectrograms are cool. The first time I learned about it, I was like, oh, this is like taking a sound, turning it into an image, doing Photoshop stuff to it, and then turning it back into sound. I feel like we probably all had that moment when we first learned about spectrograms. It's like, oh, amazing. I feel like in getting into some of this nerdier stuff, though, I've actually failed to explain some basic stuff. So let me just take a moment and talk about tools in Reaper versus Pro Tools. So as I'm sure you all know, Pro Tools is based around a tools workflow, meaning that its behavior changes depending on which tool you're using. And then you also have a multi-tool. And when I use Pro Tools, I hate using the multi-tool. Like I'm constantly switching between tools, and that's how Pro Tools works best for me. And part of that, I think, has to do with the fact that the multi-tool is very finicky, especially when you are getting... I think my computer is starting to slow down on me here, doing too many things at once. But multi-tool, don't like using it in Pro Tools because especially when I'm at the sort of very end of a file or a clip. My computer really is... Pro Tools is not cooperating. I think Pro Tools hears me speaking ill, and it's actually my Mac that's the problem. As you get to these sort of edges, I just find that it doesn't quite give me the option that I want when I want it, especially if I'm doing fine-tuned stuff toward the end of a region. So all of that's to say that I have set Reaper up in my configuration to mimic the way that the multi-tool works in Pro Tools, but I find that it works without the same problems. And there aren't tools in the same way as there are in Pro Tools. So like imagine as if it were a multi-tool kind of workflow. This is not the way that Reaper is configured out of the box. It actually it was through the process of trying to teach Reaper to Pro Toolers and watching folks struggle with how Reaper did it by default that I started actually deciding, I'm going to make a profile here that is based around the way Pro Tools does it. So like the multi-tool, I move something by clicking on the bottom middle part of the region, and then I do a selection by the top. And then I've got my fades in the corner, and then trimming from the side. And it should work the way that you expect it to work. Like if you do a time selection and do an edit, it should edit the way you expect it to. And as you can see on my screen, like I'm using Command E right now to do that.
Do you have crossfade at the bottom, similar to Pro Tools?
I do. So you can do crossfades a couple ways. One is by just trimming. So this is unlike Pro Tools. And I'll talk about this more in a minute, but I'm just going to say this quickly right now. If I trim into another region and I have this automatic crossfade turn on, and you nudge a region into another region, it'll automatically crossfade that way. You can also do a time selection and hit F, and it will make fades that way. And then additionally, when you make a fade, you can right-click on it and change the shape. So I automatically, in my defaults, have it do this more sort of gradual in and out instead of the linear fade. But you can customize it and set this up to be a linear fade if that's what you prefer. And then also, if you hold down the Command key. Oh, and by the way, I haven't talked about, like, I assume that you know the difference between Windows and Mac Command keys, but this symbol is Command on the Mac, which would be Control on Windows. This symbol is Option on the Mac, which is Alt in Windows. And then this symbol is Control on the Mac, which is like the Windows key on Windows. And then Shift. So these modifiers will not only change the key commands, but depending on what you're clicking and what you're doing, and whether you're left clicking or right clicking or left dragging or right dragging, you can do different things with these mouse modifiers or these key commands. So, for example, if I hold down Command, I can pull and modify the shape of the fade that way. Or here's something that I believe you can't do in Pro Tools, and I find very useful when I need to use it, is shift dragging. So as you can see, it's moving the contents of the item inside a pre-existing edit. And I find this can be really helpful when for certain music timing type things, or for trying to get the pacing of a dialogue edit or a breath edit to work really well. This is like a way of nudging within the contents of an item without having to actually go and change the boundaries of that item. Jim Briggs says, with regards to cycling through the audio within the item in Pro Tools, you're able to do that with the nudge command on the numeric keyboard. I'm pretty sure. I'm wondering if there's an analogous keyboard command in the menu set, or if that's all done via the mouse right-click control. I don't have the answer to that, but that is, I think, worth investigating, because if I could do that kind of editing in Pro Tools, I would love to be able to know how. And also, like, I think that there probably is a way of configuring Reaper to do that with nudge as well. I don't believe I've set my system up to do that. I do have it set up to do the basic numeric key command stuff that Pro Tools is set up for, but there are some things like punching in and out that don't quite map in the exact same way. So this is an area that you would have to poke around with and maybe explore, but I'm going to make a note about that. Not something that most folks would do in radio, but if I hold down Option, and instead of trimming, now I'm pulling and dragging, or dragging, pulling, stretching, and this is like time compression, I guess. But importantly, this is non-destructive. To be really scientific about it, I want to like look at my CPU meter and see if it's... So I'm not creating a new file when I do that. It's all linked to that item specifically. And I haven't talked about the item properties window yet, but it's very easy to just basically say, instead of playing it back at double speed, just go back to single speed or normal speed, and then it resets it that way. I guess, and you can set up different key commands to do that stuff if that's part of your workflow, but I don't have any of that set up right now. But just to know that you can do that, and then you can also do Command I have set up as stretch markers. So you can do all sorts of interesting stretch mark stuff, and you can change the rate at which it stretches. You can do exponential changes to the rate that it stretches. So you can really get in there and do some fancy stuff. By the way, by default in this configuration, I have it set up so any of this time compression expansion stuff is holding the pitch, so it's not doing any pitch shifting. But you can change that in a few different ways, but you can change that item by item by... so I haven't talked about the properties window yet, and I should just take a minute to do that. When you double click on an item, it opens up this properties window. This is basically all the information about an item in time and space in the session. So it tells me where its position is, how long the item is, whether it has a fade or not, what the name of the item is. This is really powerful, where it starts in reference to the beginning of the file. So you can actually change that. That's something that I do often when I have really well logged tape and I want to jump to a moment that's at 10 seconds or whatever. I can do 0, 10. Gotta type this in. This is a short file, so but then I can hit apply and it will jump to that spot directly. So that can be really handy if you know that there's a specific moment in the tape, and it's just referencing the same file but looking at a different start point. You can change the playback rate. And then here is where you can preserve the pitch or not. So I can check that.
I guess to be really scientific about it, I'd want to like look at my CPU
meter and see if it's doing something differently. But it's something that is maybe worth testing.
So that is possible. What else in the properties window? This is also one of the many places where you can just choose a new file and, say instead of pointing at an MP3 version, you can have it go to a WAV version or, whatever. So if that might be part of your workflow, that can be helpful. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Do those two files need to be the exact same length?
They'll need to start at the same position, right? Because it's just based on time codes. So,
okay.
So yes.
Do you run into issues with like MP3 compression changing like the length of an audio file and then trying to remap to an uncompressed file? Like,
I personally haven't. I can imagine that if the encoding process was imperfect, that would cause a problem. But I haven't run into it.
That would be more likely if you were trying to do rough editing based on a Zoom or Skype version of a file.
And I have run into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Zoom is constantly, futzing with the timing, as you see when my camera starts slowing down. So yeah, that's an issue for sure. Anyway, there's other stuff that you can dig into with this. This is really jumping the gun, but at the very bottom, there's take effects. This is a way of applying individual effects, VSTs, to an item of sound. So you can have plugins on tracks, but you can also have plugins on individual items. And I can talk more about that later, but that's actually something I find really powerful because it basically is like having Audiosuite, but it's non-destructive. It's automatable. So you can do things like momentary denoising or de-essing, using some more advanced isotope type stuff. And you're never creating a new file. You never have this issue of if you're getting a project from someone that, they've added all of this extra denoising and stuff that you don't like. It's just a really quick way of working. And again, Reaper is only using that CPU power when it needs it. So that has been a game changer for me. You can reverse it from here, or I think Shift R is maybe my reverse. Yeah. Anyway, you can dig around with that on your own time and play with it, but there's a lot of power just in that properties window. But honestly, the thing that you'll probably be doing most with the properties window is whenever I double click, notice how it defaults to take name. So that's how I can label my tape. You can also set up other key commands that will do this without using the properties window, but practically speaking, this is like the way I think is one of the fastest, is just double clicking and then you start typing. So double click, type, and you're automatically labeling your tape, and then hit enter and you're good to go. So it's a lot of information at once and it's really powerful, but even just using it in this simple way, and I usually don't go into so much detail when I'm teaching new producers about all this other stuff. I just am mostly saying like, this is how you change the name of your item, and leaving it at that.
Question on that?
Yeah.
Way back when you were demonstrating the right-hand column, the clip list over there, you had multiple subclips of a clip on a track, but all of their names are exactly the same in that list over there. Is there any way to have them do what Pro Tools does and append a hyphen or a dot? No, I guess it's a hyphen 0 whatever over there.
I don't know that, and I'm going to actually just make a note of that because that seems interesting to me. I don't think it does that by default. So clip list append data, like a hashtag or something like that, to item. By the way, if people notice things like these, they're sort of like, oh, like I wish I could do that. That would be really helpful. This is part of the reason why I wanted to do this today, is because when I'm able to find solutions to these types of things, I'd like to build them into the system. So I don't know that off the top of my head. But that's a good question. I do know, and this might be obvious, but like as you name something and you start cutting it up, they are all, you know, they carry that same name. So yeah, good question. Just something that I haven't mentioned, but is worth just, maybe this is obvious as you've been watching me, but you can right click on fucking anything. You right click on anything and you will get more options. And this is what I say, like Reaper is super deep and you have more options when you want it. You don't have to do all that extra stuff. But if you're looking for something, if you have the sense that like, well, there's something that I should be able to do the item, like, you know, right click on it. And I tell people that 9 times out of 10, you're going to find a way to do the thing that you want to do in that menu. And if it's not in the menu, then it's in the actions list. So how about I talk about the action list? This is something that I have never seen in any other program and is really central to Reaper's flexibility. After I talk about the action list, I want to give a rundown of the toolbar and stuff like that. But let's just jump to the action list. So it's the very first thing at the top of actions, show action list. And you'll notice the key command for it is the question mark. And I think that's meaningful because basically the answers to your questions can all be addressed, not all be, but many of them can be addressed in the action window. So this is a list of everything that Reaper can do in the entire program, plus all of the functions that SWS adds, plus any scripts that users might have contributed, some of which I've included in my configuration. So this is everything. This is everything the program can do. And also its corresponding shortcut. So this is helpful in a couple different ways. You can either find a shortcut. So in this case, let's do Command E, obvious one. And it will jump me to whatever that function is. So this is a really handy way of just sort of seeing the way that I've set things up. So I haven't talked about this yet, but like I have set the A, S, D, F, and G keys to do the kinds of things that you'd expect to do in Pro Tools. And that's how you'd look them up. If I searched for R and T, you can see that I have them set up for zooming in and out. So that's one way of using this whole list. The other way is the same way that we have these filters in other dialog boxes. We can do a filter search for a function that we want to explore or experiment with. So let's just say I wanted to do something with fades. We do fade. What about a fade out item? And it's going to start to narrow down the different commands to, the specific things. And then I can see, oh, these are the key commands that I have got a key command that is about removing fades. And so you can look things up that way too. But what makes Reaper particularly powerful, and I know that some of you already do this with third-party programs for Pro Tools, is that you can start to combine these different things and make your own macros and key commands. So for example, I haven't demonstrated this yet, but Command E, it works the way you'd expect it to work. But you Pro Toolers know that the B key also does an edit. And in my configuration, I've made a modified version of the B key, which it'll work the way you expect it to work if you click and then hit B. And the way that most editing in most programs is like you move the edit cursor and you make an edit, and that's how you do it. But I've set up the B key to do what I call a hover edit. And what that means is I can just spot my mouse to something and start making cuts like that without ever clicking. So if I've got a big interview and I can kind of see these are the portions that I need to be excerpting or whatever, I can just spot them very quickly and make cuts without having to click around. And so that is a pretty big time saver, actually, I find, once you build that up over, many, many moves. And I have this kind of functionality programmed into all the sort of basic editing. So like if you click and do A, it'll make that trim edit that you'd expect on Pro Tools, but you don't have to click. You can also just move your mouse and do A. And if you don't like the floating thing, I can show you how to, turn it off. But I found that this is super helpful also with fading, doing my D and G keys like that. So the only cases where I can imagine this might be problematic is if you happen to like make a click, move your mouse, and then, do your, I actually didn't even do it. Make a click, move your mouse, and then try to make an edit like that, then it would cause a problem for you. In my experience, that hasn't been an issue for most of the folks that I've set this up for. But let me just point out how you can customize it. So if you find that annoying, you can turn it off. You do that in the actions list. So show actions list. And let's just look up the B key. So you can kind of get under the hood and see what I've done. It's a custom command. And I can edit that action. And then here you can see that it's actually 3 different functions that I've strung together in a certain order. So on this side, this is your searchable list of every possible thing Reaper can do. And then this is the sequence that you'd put them in. So I have it moving the edit cursor to where the mouse cursor exists, selecting the item underneath that mouse cursor, and then making the split. And that's the way that I'm able to create these hover things. So if I wanted to turn that off on the A, S, and D, whatever, I could find A, edit the action, and then get rid of this stuff that's all about the hovering and just leave the trim function intact by itself. So that's not something that I demo in these workshops typically, but I want you to know about it so you can start using them in the way that works best for you. For people who really want to dig in with this programming thing, and I had not done this, on the SWS extensions, there is also something called Cycle Action Editor. And this lets you do even more deep things that aren't just about sequencing functions or sequencing actions, different contextual things. And I'm not going to be able to explain it very well because I have not done that yet myself. But that's maybe the next frontier for me, is to start getting into that. Let's talk about the navigation. That's kind of a basic thing that I think I overlooked. And I'm going to just turn on the navigator so we have a map of our session here. So R and T zoom in and out as you would expect in Pro Tools. The defaults in Reaper are also the up and down keys. So I still have those maintained for people who have started out on Reaper. Those still exist, although you could map the up and down keys to other things if that is your preference. I typically don't use the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keys in Pro Tools, so I've now remapped them to other things in Reaper. But the 4 and 5, because they fit right above R and T, are vertical zoom in and out. So between the R and T and the 4 and 5, I'm able to look through my whole session that way. That's if I want to zoom using key commands. So they're all in that one spot. But more often, I'm actually doing a command and then command scroll as a way of zooming in and out, because I have a mouse that has a whole X and Y axis. Or if you have a trackpad, this will work as well. But this is the fastest way for me if I want to just like find a certain thing. And you'll see when I'm navigating a project, that's basically what I'm doing, is I'm holding down the command key and then I'm scrolling. You can also use the navigator up here if you want. I very rarely do that, but you can move things around that way. And you can also draw, I think it's shift draw. So you can spot just I'm using spot in the incorrect Pro Tools terminology, but you can, jump to just this part of the session, or I can shift and draw just over the dialogue track and see it all that way. So that's a pretty fast way of just getting around a session, especially when you are working in a really big session like what I had for Wolverine. that can be a really handy way of just finding where you are. Because at a certain point, with the big session, you're going to get more tracks than you can actually fit on the screen. Okay, so that's navigation. Other things in navigation, if you command right drag, so with the right mouse key, command right drag, that's almost like grabbing the background and moving things around that way. So that's another navigation tool that you can do. Nudging works too, by the way. So the period and comma keys will nudge things left and right, although my nudge is set so small. The way you set nudge is M, which is unlike Pro Tools, I realize, but it was a free key right next to the nudge, and so M was nudging by 1 millisecond. So I can nudge by 1,000 milliseconds and then, nudge by a second that way. So if you are the type of person who nudging is part of your workflow, that is a way of doing it. By the way, any questions before I start to sort of pivot to this next area?
I mean, where to begin? Maybe more productive to save my batch for later.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, let's talk about the main toolbar. So as with everything in Reaper, this is totally customizable, and you can change the order of these things if you want, and you can add new functions. So the same way that you add action lists and stuff like that, you can make buttons that will do specific actions if you want. So I've added some things here that are not in the normal stock configuration. But let me just walk you through everything, and we'll talk about it. So if you mouse over, it will give you a little hint saying, so this is new project, which is Command N. Open, Command O, save. This is project settings. I haven't talked about project settings, but this can be a handy way of leaving notes about a project. I'm going to talk more about notes in a minute, but project settings becomes relevant if you wanted to set, for example, a sample rate. If you wanted to lock a sample rate for the whole project, this is where you do it. So any settings that are not specific to the configuration of Reaper, but are things that travel with the RPP file, session file itself, this is where you'd start to customize that stuff. You can customize all sorts of things, what its default recording format is. So you could have it record to FLAC instead of WAV if you wanted. By default, I just have it recording as a 24-bit WAV, but you could do a 32-bit if you wanted to. You could do 32-bit floating point if you wanted to. So that's optional. By the way, you can edit video in Reaper too. It's pretty basic, but all the YouTube videos that I've been doing, I've edited in Reaper. So you can change frame rate and your preferred video size and stuff like that here. And that can be handy in a pinch when you need to just do a quick video, and it works the same way as just dropping in a audio file, except it's a video file instead.
Does that frame rate also affect just sort of like if you want to run your session with a time code ruler as opposed to minutes, seconds, like will that frame rate affect that as well?
I think it will. But to that point, if you right click on the ruler, so by default, I've just set it up to using hours, minutes, seconds, frames. But you can set it up with, beats. Most of the DAWs are set up with measures and beats by default. But the cool thing is you can also have a secondary time unit. So I can have both, and maybe this isn't super radical. I think other programs do this as well, but you can have your, let's say, measures and beats on one, and then your minutes, hours, minutes, seconds, frames on the other one. And then, and you can actually kind of expand it a little bit too. So that's a way of getting both of those. But for the radio work, I decided that I was going to turn the beats off. And this is all right-clicking, based on right-clicking the ruler. So new, open, save, project settings, undo, redo. I never actually go up here to use any of these things. I do them all by key commands, and I imagine you probably would as well. Here's the metronome on and off if you're doing any music stuff, and you can right-click it and customize it, whether you want to use, whatever pattern or frequency, or you can even change the sound. Instead of making it a frequency, you can change it into a wave and have like your own downbeat and secondary beat. But that's all customizable. So we talked about the metronome turning on and off. This is a button that I've added. This is bouncing, or it's called rendering instead of bouncing. But I made it as a button, and that's mostly for users who don't know to go to file and render. I just wanted to make it a button so it was really easy. But the key command for that is the same as it would be in Pro Tools. So I think it's Command Option B. Yeah, Command Option B. Also, the key command that I've been using, which I think is Reaper's default, is Command Option R for render. So they both work. I'll talk more about the render dialog in a minute, but right now I just want to tell you that's a render button. Right next to it, this is another trick that I picked up from Jeff Empman, is putting the main toolbar, the master fader toolbar, in the side. And the reason I do this is because I sometimes want to see what my levels are, but also because I have the master fader have two types of meters. One is a peak meter, as you'd expect, and the other is a RMS meter that I've configured with a 3-second window. And the theory here is that it's replicating sort of the way that LUFS work. So it's kind of like having a loudness meter built into Reaper. Now, that's why I also have the Ulean loudness meter as a way to really actually measure it. But just to show you, and that it sounds like smooth. Let me go to a different project. How about? Okay, with music. I got the metronome turned on, turn that off. So the blue is the peak, and then the green on the outside, that's my RMS level. And it's pretty close to what you'd get with not a momentary, but a slow LUFS meter, where it's doing a 3-second window, 3-second rolling average. And the way you customize that, like anything, is you right-click it. And you can see that I've set it up as a peak and an RMS meter, and that the RMS window size is 300 milliseconds. And then I have a threshold, so if it goes above 18, I know that I'm getting louder than 18. This is under the theory that many of us are mixing to a negative 18 output for our podcasts. I'm jumping the gun here on this, but I'm going to talk about loudness in my template in a moment. What I actually tell people to do is to mix to negative 23, 24. And then I have a master limiting stage, which is just bringing the whole thing up to negative 18. But because a master limiter lives on the master track in my template, that's why I have this configured. So it goes in the red whenever you're exceeding negative 18. So that's just handy. And you can customize that however you want, obviously. Okay, so that's the master fader on and off. And then also, like everything in Reaper, so I'm going to bring up the mixer with command equals, the same way as you do it in Pro Tools. I can right click on the master fader and I can have it instead appear in the mixer, or I can have it appear on the left side of the panel instead of the right side. So I can really push it wherever I want. I can have it open up in a separate window and have it float. But because I like being able to sort of just check moment to moment, I have this button that keeps it in the Docker, so keeps it on the side. And then, by the way, with the mixer, you can also float that. So if I right click and undock it, I can have it be in its own window, just like Pro Tools, and put it on a secondary screen or whatever. And actually, I find that I'm not the reason I keep it docked personally is I'm not using it a ton. I'm doing most of my mixing and stuff from the track panel, but when I do need it, I kind of like being able to just pop it in and out like that. And just like a lot of things in Reaper, it's dynamically scalable. So as I start to, move it, different things will appear and disappear. And that's true for the track panel as well. If I extend these out, or if I push them in, they start collapsing and things move around, and I get more options the more I pull out. So just be aware of that. Here, this is ripple, which is like your slip and shuffle. And we should have a longer discussion about that. So I'm just going to put a pin in that for a minute. This right here is your global groups on and off. So when I make a group, an item group, which is like a clip group in Pro Tools, in this case, it's Command G and then Command U to undo it. And it occurs to me that maybe I should switch that to, I think it's Command Option G and Command Option U in Pro Tools. Is that right? If it is, maybe I should add that functionality. I'm just gonna make a note of that.
I think it's Shift, right?
Shift, is it Command Shift G? I'll look it up and I'll add it. Yeah. But for now, in this configuration, it's Command G and Command U. And just a few notes about that grouping. So if I make a group like this and I move one item, they move together as you'd expect. But if I take this off, this temporarily turns off grouping for the whole project. So just be aware that that is something that can happen. And if you right click it, you get more options as with everything. But I recommend you probably want to keep this on almost all the time, except for like specific moments where you might temporarily turn it off and then you turn it back on again. Similarly with automation following item, that's a big one that I'm sure we've all been burned by in the past. That's this one right here. So this should be turned on by default in my preference. But when it's turned on, any automation will move along with the item. And then when it's turned off, the automation stays put and you can move your items around it. So I always tell people, keep this on all the time, except for the moments where you are specifically intentionally turning it off and then turn it right back on. And I assume that you all will know when that is. But one of the other nice things is I'm going to ungroup these for a minute. As you start to mix and match some of these other things that I don't normally think of as possible in Pro Tools, like slipping the items, like this is a way of not having to futz with the automation being on and off, but still getting the effect that I want. You know what I mean? So if this is the downbeat right here. And so I want the downbeat to hit right as it gets to 0 dB. And then I want my voice. So I'm just going to like make a little assembly here where it's talking. And then just do it like that. And do a fade. So the music fades up, then dips down.
Here's just a little bit of test audio to make
smooth, clear audio. Okay, so the timing wasn't quite right, but I can do that, and then I can just slide that.
Sounds like smooth.
And so I find that this becomes a really fast way to edit, because rather than having to do a lot of grouping and ungrouping and nudging things around, the sliding thing actually saves me a bunch of time, and then I can futz with really particular timing very quickly.
Clear audio.
So that's that. This is your grid, turning the grid on and off. And if you right click it, you can get a bunch of options about how to customize it, but I just have people turn it off by default. If the grid is on, and then this next button, which is snap, is on, then it'll snap to the grid as you'd expect. You can feel those indentations. But one cool thing, so let's turn the grid off because most radio folks will not be using a grid. When the grid is off but snap is on, things snap to each other. So I can feel snappiness when, and this is like a game changer actually for me. Notice how if I make an edit, I get guidelines, these little sort of teal guidelines. They also snap. So I can not only see how I'm lining things up to objects that are on, tracks that are quite far away, but I also feel it in the mouse too when it snaps. So I tell people to keep snap on all the time. And unless you happen to find it annoying for some reason, but I find it to be super helpful. And then there are additional things that you can do to customize its feel. But I think the way I've got it set up will be useful for most folks. And that snapping, the snappiness works on just about every part of it. So if I'm doing dialogue editing, for example, and let's just zoom in, and I'm making a cut here, and I'm moving things around, I feel that snappiness, and then it sort of resists for a moment before I push in, and after I push in, it'll make that automatic crossfade. So this is another great way for when people are just starting to learn dialogue editing. You can tell them, like, make sure that you've closed your gap completely, or what I often tell people is just like push it a little farther and make that crossfade, and then you know 100% that you've made that edit. And that automatic crossfade, I'll get to that in a minute. So that's snapping. Right next to snapping, this is like a global lock for the whole project, and I almost never use this. You right click on it, you can enable locking for the whole project, or you can lock just different aspects of it. I almost never use this, but instead I will do an item lock. So that's, I think, the same as Pro Tools Command L, and that will just lock things in place. And that's a toggle, the Command L, by the way, so you can just toggle it on and off. I find that to be way more useful than this global lock. So basically, don't mess with this is what I tell people. I keep it off by default. Okay, so next to that, this is the automatic crossfade. And just a few notes about this. So when I push items into each other, it makes the crossfade automatically. And you see that. Also, if I trim something into a next file, you see that, and you can also see it represented with the green and red. You can hold down Command and bend it and see it represented that way. And if I turn it off, it will behave the way that you would expect from Pro Tools. So just to prove that, if I overlap these items, you kind of see a little bit of a ghost image behind it. You can see how they're overlapping, but as soon as I let go, and now I move it, it's chopped off that audio. So what I tell people is keep this on. That way your automatic crossfades are there. But if you want to have that old Pro Tools behavior, or if you don't want the crossfade for whatever reason, you can turn it off and it will behave the way that Pro Tools behaves. And if you right click it, there are some other options. You can actually tell it not to trim the content behind the item, in which case you can create these overlapping things that just sort of stay overlapped. And I find that to be actually quite confusing. So I always have that turned on. So this way, the way my configuration is set up, it's basically like either the automatic crossfade is on and it's on by default, and then when you turn it off, it behaves the way Pro Tools does. Next to that, this is one that I've added. This is a color swatch. REAPER has some built-in, this is an SWS thing, but you can color things in various ways throughout the system. So like on the tracks list, if I click here, that's one way of coloring tracks. I tend not to do that because I've got this set up and I find this way more intuitive. So the color swatch, you'll notice whether I've clicked a track, it says track here. And if I click an item, it says item here. So it remembers the last thing that I clicked. So if I click a track, I can color a track. But I can also independently color items, just the same way you do in Pro Tools. And item color overrides track color. So in my own work, I use color for all sorts of different things. Sometimes when I'm just doing the first stages of cutting, I'll if it's a piece of tape that's really good, I'll color it green. If it's something that I'm unsure about, maybe I'll make it yellow. Or if it's like something that I'm really not cool with, I'll make it red or just delete it, whatever. Sometimes I use color that way. Other times, so like this is a Love and Radio project, I use color to show subject. So, these are all the different topics that are being discussed, and you can actually see that here these two topics are sort of interrelated. And so I took, for flow, I took a little bit of this this section and put it there. So that's a nice way of being able to just keep track of what's what. And then often I'll also color room tone as a different color, so you can see where I've patched in room tone to make that sort of artificially perfect sound. So color, that's color. Okay, and then here, just close that, is the Notepad. So you can leave notes on all sorts of things in Reaper. You can have project notes. So I talked earlier about this project settings box. There's a notes box there as well. This is where if I were collaborating with someone on Dropbox, I could say like, make a to-do list. And then I can, have a conversation here, and then I can click show notes on project load. And so that way, whenever my collaborator gets the project, the first thing when they open it up, they'll get prompted with this note that I've left them. So that can be really handy. And so this Notepad will allow you to look at notes in different parts of the project. So I just made that note on the project. And so here it is again, and I can just, write. You can leave notes on tracks. I find this not super helpful actually, but if I say like, this track is for dialogue or whatever, it'll save that to the track, and then when I click a different track, that note will disappear. So you can have notes on tracks. Again, I don't find that super useful personally, but the thing that I do find useful are notes on items. So let's say I was having a discussion with someone about a piece of music that we were testing. As long as it's on item notes, I can say like, this piece of music just isn't quite right or whatever. And I can leave my initials. And then as soon as I've made that note, I've got a little note icon here. And so that will travel with the item. And as I start to edit it, that note will stick with the item. So you can have this kind of running conversation with your collaborators, but I actually use it mostly for like notes to self, because I'm now practiced in like having my looking for those things. So because my mind is often sort of going in many directions at once, this is a way that I sometimes keep notes to myself. Also, they're searchable too. So Command F would open up a fades dialog in Pro Tools. I don't have that turned on because just F by itself works well enough. Again, if I just do a time selection and hit F, that's how I do that, and then I can bend from there. But Command F will open up the find dialog like you do a find in a text editor. And so I could do a search for music, find all items that have that word music in it. So depending on your discipline and like what your team is doing, you could set up a system with hashtags or something like that, and it's like hashtag scoring or whatever. And the cool thing is, like, let's say that this was in a totally different part of the project and I'm just focusing on this. If I do a find for that music, it will jump me to that spot where the item is. So that can be helpful as well. And you can do search for item names. You can do search for notes. You can really pinpoint like where am I trying to find this particular note. So that can be really handy. And as I've built more and more complex projects, I'm finding more and more opportunities to use these features when I'm collaborating with folks. But again, it's something that you'd have to build into your workflow because it's not something that most editors do. But since we're talking about notes, let's just talk about markers too, because I think that that's the way that most people leave notes in their sessions. So the markers, just move this. Same key command as in Pro Tools. Actually, my full-sized keyboard died the other day, so I'm using my smaller one. So I have to do function enter in Pro Tools to get the marker, but that'll work. I also have Shift M as the marker key. That's not obviously a Pro Tools key command, but that's how I do it. And then it will prompt you to make a marker. And oftentimes my markers say bad edit that I need to go back and fix. So I can do that. Cool thing about marker, I know I haven't talked about shuffle and slip and ripple yet, but when I'm in that ripple mode and I move things, the markers move with the items. So that's really handy. So you can decide whether or not you want them to stick or not. You can color the markers too. And with the SWS extensions, I won't go into this, but I'll just tell you that you can do this. You can actually have it set up so different keywords in the marker will automatically color different things. So if I can make a marker music something, and then maybe those music markers are all orange or whatever. So you could have multicolored markers that change color depending on what they're titled. So that's really cool. So, markers, super helpful. I think that's the way that most folks keep notes. But one thing that is relatively new to Reaper is item markers. So remember I talked about there was that moment where the beat dropped in this piece. It was right here. I can do Option Shift M and leave an item marker. And I can make as many of these as I want on the project, and I can move them around. I can color them. I can also title them. So beat drops. And they stick with the file. Right now I have them grouped, so I can ungroup them. But that's really helpful. So I can start lining up my dialogue and my automation, and it's a really helpful way of seeing sort of like what the in and out points are for your edit. And you can search for them too, I think. We haven't talked about ripple. That's important. So ripple. Instead of just slip and shuffle, there is ripple off, ripple on per track, and ripple all for the entire project. By the way, this is mapped to the 1, 2, and 3 keys in my configuration. So 1 is ripple off, 2 is ripple per track, 3 is ripple all. Earlier, when I was doing these workshops, I mapped that to the F1, F2, and F3 keys. And then I remembered that in Pro Tools, slip is actually F2. So my F1s and F2s were getting kind of cross-wired. You can set this up however you want, but let me just tell you how I do it, and then you can customize it in whatever way works best for you. So this is ripple off, which is the same thing as slip. So I can move an item freely. There's ripple per track, where if I made an edit and deleted, it's going to, snap. Let me go to a different project to demo this, though. So I will say that I'm very rarely actually staying in that second mode, the ripple per track, because if I were to do a ripple per track, I want to delete this sort of teal chapter. As you are probably aware, if I do a ripple per track and delete it, now this part of my dialogue is not in line with this music cue anymore, right? Whereas if I'm in the 3 mode, ripple all, or ripple for the entire project, and I delete this section, look what happens. It makes an edit on everything below the track. So to do that kind of thing in Pro Tools, you'd have to, do some kind of either grouping or selecting particular tracks or selecting all the tracks and then doing the Command Shift Enter to get everything to the end. And I have that key command set up in Reaper as well, if that is the way you want to work. But I think it's way faster and more efficient to be in this ripple all mode, and I'll show you some of the quirks of it and how I use it. So I'm just going to do that again. I'm in ripple all mode and I'm deleting, and it's going to just delete everything below that as if the whole project were a piece of tape. So I've got an edit there now on the music. Thankfully, everything after that edit is all in place. I'm not going to worry about my automation getting out of sync or anything like that. But I do need to fix this edit somehow. And there are a couple ways you could do that. You could pull this down for reference, extend this out again, and do your fade. So that would be a really fast way of doing it. Or depending on what type of material this is, if it's a more ambient music track, you could just do a little crossfade or whatever. But that would be up to you to figure out what the best solution is. But let's talk about not just cutting. What about adding? because that's something that would happen very often is like, oh, okay, I need to add a whole new section to my story. And I also don't want to get anything out of alignment. The way I do that is I'm in Ripple All mode, and then I just make a bunch of space for myself, like so. And then I can just, do the thing I need to do, add it. So just pretend that this was a new file that I was adding. And then I can start to clean it, put it back together. And I find that works really fast, but I'll make it even faster for you. So I told you I very rarely go to the Ripple per track mode. I actually sometimes even turn off the key command because there have been times when I accidentally do it and I don't mean to do it. I haven't done that in this configuration because I want everyone to have all the possibilities. But I would say that 99% of the time I'm either in the slip mode, so no Ripple, or I'm in Ripple All for the whole session. And I don't find that I actually need to do anything in Ripple per track mode typically. Once you get accustomed to this way of working, I think you'll very rarely find yourself using that second mode. But I've added this extra thing where I can stay in slip mode. I can stay in Ripple Off mode all the time, and then use command and drag, and it will temporarily, just while I'm holding command down, put me in Ripple All mode. So that way I don't even have to mess with it. I can just, okay, now I'm doing slip and I'm doing my Ripple Off. I'm going to keep using slip because it's actually easier, I think, when I'm talking about it. But stay in slip mode, do all the editing that I want to do in slip mode, and then in those specific moments where I want to do something that's applying to the whole project, then I'll hold down the command key. And so I'm able to do work pretty fast that way. And then just patch it back up. And since I started doing this command thing, I've had so many fewer instances of things getting out of alignment. I mean, I feel like that it goes with the territory. Every now and then you'll have a project where, you'll make an accident or you'll forget to turn the automation follows item on, or, that stuff can happen, right? But this is a way of reducing the possibility of that happening in a pretty significant way, I think. In this custom configuration, I've actually set up a time signature of 1/4. And the reason I do that has more to do with 1/4 at a measure or at a rate of 120. This is getting really in the weeds, but do you see how there's a grid, but it's a grid behind the grid? So this is like how you turn the grid on and off. I've set up these divisions that are not grid related, but are just sort of the stripes in 10-second increments. So that way you can just sort of eyeball and know that, like, okay, if this file starts here, it's about 15 seconds. And that's a trick I got from Jeff Ettman of Here Be Monsters recently. He actually has his configuration set up to do minute increments. And that's something that you can customize in somewhere in here, but I'll have to find it. But kind of cool that just like the way you filter and find other things, in the preferences window, you can also do a search for things. So I just have to remember what the actual word was. Oh, here it is. So I did a search for grid, and then it brought me to this panel, and it's divide, arrange, view vertically every 20 measures. So I just did the math, and I was like, okay, if it's 120 beats per minute at 1/4, how many measures would it take for me to get 10 seconds? Anyway, that's how you'd start to play with that if you wanted to customize it. I'm going to go to my other session here. Let's talk about the track control panel and the mixer control panel. So I'm kind of working my way through the whole layout here, and this is an area that I haven't touched on yet. So as I mentioned before, as you start to collapse things, you'll see and hide different things. So as it shrinks, you kind of get the basics, and then as you zoom in, or you can do this with the zoom keys too, but also independently of the zoom, I can also stretch and change individual track sizes. Let's just run down the different controls. So I talked about this. This is your properties for that particular track. whether or not that track is even routed to the master fader or not. That's what this is. This is the number of channels per track. So most of you are going to do 2 channel tracks, and that should just work. Although if you happen to drag and drop in polywave or things like that, Reaper will automatically change the track to accommodate that extra number of channels. This is also where you can send up sends and receives. So any track can send to another track. And it's kind of interesting that you can set up sends or receives from the same track, and it's the same data, the same connections underlying those buses, but it's sort of based on the perspective. So like, let's just say this was a reverb track that I made. Let's just call that reverb. And say I wanted to send some of the music to the reverb track. I would click the track panel, and I could either send to the reverb, like so. I'm going to delete that temporarily. Or I can go to the reverb track and do a receive from the music track. So it's the same connection, but and the same controls and everything, but visualized sort of differently depending on the perspective. And you've got your send here, and you can do phase, and you can sum it to mono and mute it, and all this stuff is obviously automatable as well, which I'll get into in just a moment. So that's what the properties can do. You've got your title. You've got your on/off for your entire plugin effects chain. So if I had an EQ and a compressor, by the way, I'm moving a little too fast here. Next to the on/off is your effects panel. So this is showing you what effects you have as an insert. When I hit add, I can do a search for any, so let's just say I was searching for dialogue denoiser. I can start writing the word dialogue, and then I can, actually they called it voice denoiser in the most recent voice denoise. So then I can, pick my effect there. So it's a really quick way of searching through your plugins if you've got a lot of plugins. And then you can also group it by developer, by category of plugin. So whether it's a compressor or EQ or whatever. So depending on your way of working, you can find things that way. But for my money, since I usually know what plugin I want to use, I'm usually just typing it in and finding it that way. So as you can see, I've got a denoiser and an EQ, and then let me just put a stock Reaper compressor. And, this is a serial effects chain. So it's going from the first one into the second one and the next one after that. And depending on how you've made your track, how big it is, you can see the chain here. You can independently turn them on and off with this checkbox, like that. You can double click them to break them out into their own window, like that. So you can have multiple instances of things up at a given time. And then, as I said, this is the global on-off for all effects here. So you can bypass everything at once. Mute solo. This is your phase. This is your automation panel. So I have 3 plugins. There's the denoiser, the ReQ, and the comp. And then this is all my basic track volume pan width. So you can even collapse the width of a stereo file into something more mono and automate that. So you can arm these, you can make them visible. This is going into a deeper level than I normally teach. The first thing that I normally teach is when you're getting into automation, V for volume will open up your volume control. And similarly, P for pan will open up your pan control. But when you start wanting to automate specific effects parameters, this is one of the ways that you can start to do it, is by opening this up, seeing all of the different things that are possible. And so if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to turn this into a low pass filter, and I want to automate the frequency, I could either look for that here. So frequency for the low pass filter, boom, like that. And then I've got my track for it. Or I can, on the effect itself, go to parameter, show track envelope. And I won't get into this yet, but you can link parameters. So you can have like one parameter from one plugin also affect the parameters of other plugins. So you can like make these combos, which is kind of cool. You can have a signal level modulate an effects parameter. So in my template, I actually do some automatic mid-frequency ducking in the music tracks whenever people are speaking. So it just gets out of the way of the voice temporarily for a little bit. I'll show you that when I get to my template. But you can set those kinds of things up. You can also modulate things with LFOs. So if you're doing really funky sound design, you can take your low pass filter and take a saw wave or a triangle wave or whatever. You can change the speed, so you can do some cool stuff that way. It kind of becomes like a modular synthesizer. Again, that's something that I would not normally share with folks, but I feel like y'all can handle it. I got to turn it off now. That was the thing. Okay, so frequency, parameter modulation. I'm going to turn off the LFO. And this is where you turn on audio signal, so you can have it modulate based on the signal of a track, etc. By the way, in my configuration, the Q key reveals all automation, so I can hide everything at once with the Q key or toggle seeing everything at once. So that's just kind of for the whole project. So anything that I've already set up as an automatable, so like I already touched V, I've already touched P, so those controls are now available to me, so I can set it up however I need it to go. I'll talk more about automation in just a sec, but let me finish up the track panel. So that's the automation. This is your monitoring. So when you're recording into something, you can have it automatically monitor when the record is on. You can have it off. You can have it monitor the whole time. So that's how you do that. I'm just going to turn it off. This is your record enable, and if you right click it, you can tell it if you're recording a stereo file or if you're recording a mono file and which input you want to record from, or if you're recording MIDI. So that's where having MIDI and audio on the same track comes into play. If you're doing any MIDI recording, you can do that from the same record enable button. Pan and width. So this is right clickable. By default, I have a pan and width, so I can do a balance between left and right. So it's actually not a pan, technically it's a balance. And then I can collapse something that's stereo and make it more mono with the width control, or I can go reverse and make it reverse stereo. And that's all automatable, obviously, as well. But if you want that Pro Tools control of having independent pans for left and right, just like anything, right click on the pan control and set it to dual pan, and that'll work just the way that Pro Tools works with pans for left and right. And then obviously your plugins, you can turn them on and off as well. So that's the track control panel. I feel like I don't really need to talk too much about the mixer control panel because it's basically the same thing. But I guess I will say that you can customize the look of these things. You can stretch it so it's showing just inserts or just sends, and this is all right clickable. You can change the track layout a little bit. How do I do this? You can show the inserts or not. So I'll just let you kind of poke around with that. But this is all super customizable, and you can also scale it however you need it, depending on what your needs are. So you can make things that look very different. You can have very big faders and small faders, and there might be a reason you'd want to do that.
I have a routing question, but maybe that's a separate conversation.
Oh no, I think actually I may have missed the boat on talking about routing. So let's go there.
Well, I'm just curious. So you had sends and returns on tracks. Is there is that the process basically for setting up buses? Like you just set a track and then you send everything to that track that you want to go there? Is that sort of the general process?
You can do this a few different ways. So let me just run through all the different options and I'll show you. So I just made a bunch of new tracks. And I'll make one more for good measure. So I made 4 tracks and I'm going to shift select the bottom 3. So one way you can do it is making a folder track. So I know that Pro Tools just added folder tracks recently. Unlike Pro Tools where there's like a folder track and a routing track, these are all routing tracks. So you can use them in the same organizational way, but and again, the way you do that is just by shift. And then you see how there's sort of this line. This is how you'd reorder tracks for one. That's one of the ways you reorder tracks. But if you kind of push it in and up, it will indent. And then now these are all child tracks to this parent track. So I can call this, this is actually how I use in my template. I'll make a music bus. And now this is the bus track. And then I'll do like music 1, 2, and 3. So music, and then as soon as I play it, you can see that the signal from this track is being routed automatically up to that track. So that's one way of creating some buses. And the other thing is it's all dynamic. So like as soon as I take them out of that, those connections disappear. Another way of doing it, I'm just going to turn this down a bit. If you go to View and Routing Matrix, if you are accustomed to a matrix style view of plotting one thing into the next, you can set things up that way. You can also look at it through a wiring diagram, so it's a little bit more like modular, so you can see it that way. And then another way of doing it is independently configuring sends and receives. And it's all doing essentially the same thing behind the under the hood. These are just different ways of visualizing the same data. But something that's kind of useful, you see in this track panel, there are like 3 boxes. There's a blue rectangle, and then here there's a green rectangle, and then here there's a yellow. So these boxes are indicative of is there a send or a receive active. So in this case, this is an indication that demo music has a send and that reverb has a receive. And so when you click on that, you can see, oh, okay, yeah, it's receiving from the music track. And obviously you can send as many sends and receives as you want. So that becomes a big part of my sound design. I mean, really doing a combination of doing sends and receives and folder tracks is how I do most of my stuff. So this is the Wolverine project. And as you can see, there are all these levels of indentation that are kind of like folders within folders. And so if I want to put someone's voice and put that voice through a speakerphone TV filter and then have that go through a room reverb, but then I want to have other characters in that room that are also going through that same room reverb. My philosophy with sound design, or at least with radio drama sound design, when I'm trying to be literal, is to try to sort of recreate the way sound works physically in real spaces. So I'm kind of creating these almost Russian doll-like structures of folders and buses and sends, and that's how I do a lot of the transitioning between spaces and stuff like that. So yeah, you can see I really go kind of deep with that, but that can be fun.
I was a question about automation on these folder parents and that applying to the children. And then I guess I'm also curious with that if there's like a VCA equivalent in REAPER, and if like volume automation on a folder parent is going to act as a VCA or like a post fader, or how that's working.
So the answer to that is like yes to all of those and. So for simplicity's sake, I think I mostly just work with knowing that whatever automation I'm doing on the bus track is going to apply to all. So I'm not doing a lot of VCA stuff personally. That's just not the way that I work. But yes, you can do that. And it's under View Grouping Matrix. And you can, how do I do this? Expand these. This isn't quite looking the way that I expect it to look. This is not something I do very often. I should be able to expand these. And then you can, oh, maybe this is how I do it. You can say like, I want to set up a VCA lead and follow, or I can group. It's sort of like track grouping in Pro Tools, except without the group edit part of so it's all of the track functions will be grouped. You can group what's happening on the mutes and all that, but you can send that up independently all here. And the thing that is just confusing me is normally these would expand, and I don't know why they're sort of being displayed in their smaller.
Expand to show more of the like individual parameters that you can group.
Yeah. And I'm just not. This is surprising to me, but in this case, if I click it or right click it, I can turn them on and off, and I can set up VCAs as well. So if you work in a VCA kind of way, that is optional, and that can be, pre and post, and you can customize that. Also, when you get into the routing of sends and receives, here you can set it up as, post fader, pre-fader, pre-effects, so you can, customize it that way as well. And then when you get into really complicated, like multi-channel stuff, you can also say like, I want channels 1 and 2 from this track to go into channels 3 and 4 of another track. So that's one of the ways that you could potentially set up side chaining. You can do side chaining a number of ways, but
I was curious about that because you mentioned the side chaining earlier, and in a the workflow that I'm used to is like I can create buses that don't necessarily go anywhere. I can create buses in my IO that don't necessarily go anywhere, and I can just sort of reserve those for my side chains later on. But it seems like here, if I wanted to create a send, it has to actually go to a track, like in my session.
Technically, yes, but let's just remember that tracks are tracks. So there aren't aux tracks. Like a track is also an aux track. So what you would be doing is just making a new track instead, and then calling that track your bus for your side chaining or reverb or whatever it is that you're doing, and then you're routing it the same way, but it's a track instead of a aux track. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I guess I'm trying to think through like how I would use that to drive a multiband or drive a compressor or something like that. Although maybe in this, I mean, what you were talking about in terms of using audio signal to modulate parameters on effects is maybe a more straightforward way of doing it in Reaper.
I guess. So I can demo this. I think what I want to say is let's wait on this until I show you my template, because I already have that set up in the template.
Oh, I see.
Then I can just show you how I put it together. Because I think it'll make sense once you see it. Let's do something completely different just for a second. I've got an iPad here. I'm going to go to Chrome, just a browser, and I'm going to open up this Love and Radio story. You can set up your iPad or your phone or another computer as a remote control. So you go to Preferences, Control, and then it's giving me this address. So I'm just going to type that into my browser here. 192. Do I have this preset? Yes, I do. There we go. 43. And now my iPad is a remote control. And not only can I start and stop.
This was so grossed out by the mutant with 100 hands.
Obviously, this is all on Wi-Fi. you can also, control your fader that way. So it doesn't require installing anything. It's all web-based. So if you've got a phone or a iPad kicking around, it can be an old one, you've got a touchscreen remote control. Rob asks in the chat, can you set up SoundFlow or Lemur type touch panels, custom buttons? You can. I haven't done that, but I do have, I haven't used SoundFlow because I think that's like specific to Pro Tools. I do have like one of these that I used to use this a lot more when I was switching between different editing programs. And then instead I made my Reaper more like Pro Tools. So I used to have, different, I was like, oh, okay, this is the way I'm just going to be all button based. So that's all done with a third party program, obviously. But you can add all sorts of control surfaces. And if you go to the Reaper forums, there are people who have programmed custom things for custom controllers. And so I haven't done Lemur per se, but it does support open sound control. So I would imagine that, yes, you could. And I just haven't done it. I don't know exactly how you do that, but it would probably work.
Just looking through when you were going through the effects, it seems like there was a pretty robust learn capability for pretty much any parameter.
Yeah.
Whether that's
actually, that's a really good
C or anything like that.
I didn't talk about that when we were in the action list, and I should. So in the action list, again, that's the question mark key command. When you're looking at shortcuts, let's look for something like rewind that you might map to a, continuous controller, or a MIDI keyboard or something. So add and delete, you can change your shortcuts here, but when you hit add, it's also listening. Okay, so maybe this is how you do it, Rob. This, you could take a MIDI controller. So I'm just going to take a button and I guess I don't have my MIDI controller totally plugged in right now, but if your MIDI controller was configured, you could, move your MIDI learn here, move your controller, and then map a key command that way. And it looks as if that would support OSC as well. So that's how you do it. But there also is support for like Mackie control and just some of the basic controllers that Mackie control or HUI, however you pronounce that, fader port. But I think it's pretty cool actually that you can have a phone become your fader port if you want, in a pinch. Anyway, that's just some tech candy. We haven't talked about some of the specifics about automation yet. I don't think that this is going to take too long to talk about, but just to really quickly blow through it. In Pro Tools, your tool is obviously going to change how you're editing automation, and you don't have that here because it's a more multi-tool like approach, more contextual. But let me just talk you through so let's say I wanted to delete all this automation. As long as I'm clicking in the automation line, so as long as the automation lane is selected, now all of my copy, paste, select all, stuff works. So I'm just going to select all and delete, and I'm going to delete all the automation. And then if I'm working really fast, so let's just say I want that piece of voice, and then I want the music to, let's just say I'll do that. I want the music to duck down while this voice is happening and then come back up. If I'm working really fast, I'll just do like 4 points to kind of rough it in. And obviously by default, it's just making linear points like that. Oops, sorry, undo. I'm going to shift slide that so the beat is dropping where I want it to drop. But if I wanted to get more granular, obviously I can make more points. I can make a point by double clicking. I can also double click to delete points. So this is all stuff that I've sort of fine tuned in the preferences. And I've also kind of borrowed some ideas from Ableton Live. So that's why double clicking and double clicking again will delete. Similarly, if I hold Option and bend, I can bend automation that way. And then, like everything, you can right-click, change the shape from, linear to different types of curves. But more often, what I'm doing is just making a few automation points. I'll undo that one. Option clicking will delete them, same as in Pro Tools. Making a few automation points and then just bending with the option. So I don't have to make a ton of edit points to get a smooth curve. But if you want to be, hyper sort of precise by adding very specific points, you can also do that, obviously. If you hold down Command, it'll let you draw. So you can draw like so. Just drawing. And then there are other things that you can do, like reducing the number of points by right-clicking. So you can smooth things out a bit if you wanted to. And you get to see that all happen in real time, which is kind of cool. And then copying and pasting. So if I just copy, I can paste, and it's just going to paste from wherever that selection started. And then, okay, I talked about these automation items. I won't go into detail on this because I don't actually really know these very well yet, but this is a new feature. You can make an automation item and then treat it almost as if it were its own unit. And you can copy and paste those as well.
You showed earlier you were automating pitch on an item.
Yes.
Is there a big difference in Reaper between item-based automation and track-based automation?
Yeah, there is. So yeah, let's talk about that. This is I just think this is super cool. Tell you what, let's also address this through talking about the template that I included. So if you can follow along with me, if you happen to have any items in your Reaper, if you've got your Reaper open, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new tab, and I'm going to go to File, Project Templates, and then let's go to Brendan's radio and podcast template. So as you can see, I left a note there, and that will open automatically when you open the template, and you can just hit OK or cancel. But I have the date of the last time I revised it, etc. So that's what, if you left a project note for a collaborator, that's what that would feel like. And as you can see, this template, it's folder tracks colored for different types of material with some plugins loaded already. And I'll walk through what I've set. And obviously these are just suggestions, but they're things that you could customize and tweak and make your own templates and whatnot. But I'm going to go back to this other session with these items. I'm going to copy them and I'm going to just paste them into this new session. And notice how it pasted it with the automation and everything. And then I'm going to control drag, just like you would in Pro Tools, to lock it so it doesn't slide, left or right. And then I'm going to put this on Actually, I'm going to put it on the studio bus. So I have the purple is studio bus. The real difference between these is there's some downward expansion and noise reduction happening on the studio bus to take something that's recorded in a less than ideal environment and just bring down the noise floor a bit, so it feels more like it's recorded in a studio. And I'll explain that. I'll show that all in a moment. And then the actuality bus, the plugins are configured just slightly differently. But hopefully this is pretty intuitive. You can tell this is the space for studio material. This is the space for actualities. This is music. This is sound effects. And then this pre-mastered material has no effects and sits outside that whole plugin chain. So it is still going through a final level of limiting at the end. But the idea is that if you have something that's already mixed, you put it in there. And then I'll talk a little bit more about loudness in a second. Actually, let's talk about loudness now, because this will be really quick. Okay, let's pretend that this is a long interview. It's not. This is just my demo voice. But this would be more effective if it would be a more effective demonstration if I had a long piece of audio. Oh, that's weird. Why is it not quite working the way I want it to? There we go. Oh, it's because of this spectral edit. I'm just going to get rid of that. Okay. So I've got my voice, got my music. The N key will automatically loudness normalize any item to -23 LU. So when I'm teaching folks the system, what I tell them is the first thing you do before you start mixing, before you start editing, as soon as you drop your file into Reaper, just hit N. And it's not normalization, it's loudness normalization. So it's adjusting, it's doing a scan to figure out what the loudness of that item is. And then it's adjusting however much it needs up or down in order to hit -23. And this is both very time-saving and powerful and also potentially dangerous. Let me show you why. So if you make a bunch of edits and you loudness normalize, it's going to balance these all so they're hitting -23, except here this was a bunch of room tone. So it's going to loudness normalize your room tone too. So like any automated tool, you can't just rely on it. You have to be careful and know what you're doing. And if you run into this issue, know that that's what's happening. But also you would have to reset the clip gain. It's called item volume in Reaper, but I have the same key commands for each one of these as you would in clip gain. So Control Shift up and down. The one difference is that it's doing it in decibel increments rather than half decibel increments, which I think is what Pro Tools defaults to. And then Control Shift right arrow will reset it. And that's not a Pro Tools key command, but that's how I have it set up. So that way I can do it all by holding down Control Shift and then using the arrow keys. So in that scenario where something like that happens with the loudness normalization, I can just say, oh, well, the previous one was basically 3 decibels. So I can reset it and then just bump it up 3. And that's a pretty quick way of working. I also tend to warn people that changing levels in groups of more than 3 decibels, I think that people start to notice that, or I start to notice it. I feel like you can kind of get away with it. So making crossfades between these changes, that's one way of solving it. By either just trimming or doing an item selection. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Item selection and fading. Or being much more careful about the ways that you are doing this loudness normalization. So like stepping up progressively in groups of no more than 3, I think is a good strategy. So, and sometimes what I'll do is I'll just like run the loudness normalization on a bunch of things and get a sense of what the general range is that I'm seeing. And then I can reset it and manually adjust it to wherever I think it needs to go. So this can be super time saving. It can cause problems if you're not using it intelligently, but by and large, it's actually saved a ton of time for me. So it's the other thing is let's also just think about loudness or think about LU because it's based on calculating an average. If you have a really small item, that's usually not a good thing to try to run loudness on because it doesn't really have enough time to really make a intelligent average. So that's another scenario where like I can see this is -5, I can see this is -5, this is -3 because I just did a small thing. So, you know, then you'd adjust it accordingly. So you can adjust clip gain or item gain, you know, item by item, or you can also do volume automation on items. So the key command for that is Shift V. And unlike Pro Tools, where there's the clip gain line and the clip gain is clip gain, and whether you're showing the line or not, here it's like there's the clip gain or the item volume, and then there's the volume line on the item, and you can make adjustments. So I can, do my adjustments, which, by the way, notice how the waveform is changing with the adjustment. So that's kind of nice visual feedback. But if I hit Shift V again, it's bypassing it. It's turning that volume automation off. And so that's a little bit different than Pro Tools, but I actually kind of prefer it this way because then I know specifically that like when there are moments where I need to make these micro adjustments, they're only happening in moments where I can see that line. And what I teach people to do is, to do all of your corrective audio leveling with clip gain and the volume line here. And for the most part, I'm not having people do the volume because I don't think it tends to be necessary. But if you had like a P-pop or something like that and you wanted to get really surgical, and you could go in and address it that way. Obviously, there are a number of ways you can deal with P-pops. But I tell people to do all of your corrective adjustment here with the idea that you want your dialogue to be all mixed to that negative 23 LU target. And then from there, similarly to Pro Tools, the order of operations is it's clip gain first, then it's running through all the plugins, and then after the plugins is your volume. And so that way, the sort of traditional track volume can be used exclusively for balancing and creative decisions and less about technical tweaking. All of your tweaking is happening on the items. And I know that people will have folks will have different philosophies behind that, but that's the way I do it. But you were asking also about pitch and pan. Well, you didn't ask about pan, but all of these things, the key command that I have set up is, so if Shift V is your volume here, and V is your volume for the track, and P is your pan for the track, Shift P is your pan for items, so you can independently have pans on items. And then Command Shift E will open up your automation dialog for individual items. So that's where you can bring up pitch. And so you can have pitch, volume, and pan all showing up as individual items. Obviously, it starts to get crowded, but that way you can see that like something's happening on the individual item. Clear audio. Yeah.
But just so I'm clear, those are only active and doing anything if you can see them. Like if you put them away, they're not doing anything anymore.
I believe that's true. Let me just double check that. So Command Shift E. Let's make something happening with the pitch. And now let me make that not visible. Oh, smooth. You know what? I'm wrong. So there is a reason that we're getting this particular behavior. And it has to do with, if I look up my shortcut for Shift V, toggle. So my key command for Shift V is a toggle. So I am toggling, I'm bypassing or not. And I could instead do, let's try this, volume visible.
Track volume. Oh no,
that's track. I would look for item or take. This is the kind of process that you would go through. Volume take visible. Toggle active take volume visible for selected items. Okay, so actually I did have something set up here. Control _. I think that might have been inspired by Pro Tools actually. Is that a Pro Tools command? Anyone know?
Well, clip gain is Control Shift or hyphen. I don't to show or hide the.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, Control Shift. That makes sense because it's underscore is actually Control Shift.
Oh, I see. Shift hyphen is the underscore. That makes sense. Yeah.
It's still not. Oh wait, but I'm hitting Control instead of command. Okay, there we go. So if you use that Pro Tools key command that I forgot that I set up, I did this really late at night. I was like, I need to add more Pro Tools key commands. And so I forgot about some of this stuff. Yeah, that works. So that's cool. Way to go, Brendan. So the answer is yes. You can toggle it or you can hide it, and those are different things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great.
But okay, just to really bring this home, Shift E is your effects for an item. So let's just do EQ, low pass filter on 0.4, and we're going to either show the take envelope there by hitting parameter, show the automation for that parameter, or you could do the Command Shift E, and now that there's a plugin on that item, you'll have all of the parameters. So this is basically Audiosuite, but non-destructive and automatable.
Well, it's sort of like an expanded version of the clip effects in Pro Tools, but way more flexible. Do you have a sense of what the processor impact is, like in terms of doing a lot of item level real time processing like this versus?
I haven't. I mean, honestly, so just to use the Wolverine session as an example, a lot of that stuff is happening here, in addition to convolution reverbs and I think the things that really start to add up in terms of CPU use are there are certain plugins that convolution reverb can be one of them, or things that are doing a lot of multi-band, splitting up a signal and putting it back together. There's this one plugin that I really love called Unfilter that takes up a ton of CPU power. So there are certain plugins that are kind of notorious, I think. But when it comes to this kind of more basic stuff, the sort of built-in pitch or the stock EQs or anything like that, it's pretty negligible, honestly. And if you're using more advanced third-party plugins, it is going to take processing power in those moments. So for example, the Izotope de-esser in spectral mode takes up a fair amount of processing power. And so I would notice that if it's on, but it's only on in that one moment where I need it too. So instead of having it on for the whole track. What's kind of funky about this, though, just so you're aware, is where was my session? If I start splitting this item more, it'll still work, but I am now actually creating independent instances of those plugins in each one of those things. So if I remove the plugin, now I've got a section with the plugin, a section without the plugin, and a section with the plugin. So you just have to be aware of what you're doing. That's all. And or put your item effects on earlier before you start getting micro into your editing and stuff like that.
Right. I noticed that if I had one piece of audio, I split it up into, multiple items, and then I adjusted the clip gain or the item volume for any one of them, and then I healed them back all together into one. It would just kill any of those adjustments.
Sorry, so let's say that one more time, because I lost you a little bit, but I think I can test this out.
So any one of those clips, you split it into multiple items and then adjust the item, for instance, any automation, but say the item volume for any one of those that you just split. And then if you heal them back together, it looks like you made a Command H shortcut for that.
Okay. See, thanks.
You were thinking ahead.
Yes. Okay, so
weird.
It keeps them in place, but
No, it's interesting. It kept it because when I just tried it a minute ago, it didn't work as I expected it to.
Well, you can only heal items that have been split and not adjusted and edited. Otherwise, you'd have to glue it. Does that make sense?
Interesting.
I think.
Maybe I did something that I didn't expect, but or I didn't.
If I slip that and then try to heal, it's not going to work. You can only heal items where the time boundaries are adjacent to the.
Right. No, that makes sense. Maybe I was doing something differently than I'm trying to explain, and I'll figure it out.
But this is an interesting bit of data for me to see as well. This is why I love demoing with other engineers, because we get to explore all these corner cases. I'm such a nerd.
Oh yeah, it is. It's doing it. It's like a little funky, but it's not maybe as funky as.
What are you noticing? You can share your screen if you want.
Oh, sure, yeah. It says there's another participant sharing. Oh, maybe because you were sharing.
Yeah, I just unshared it.
Okay, so I've got this here, and if I split this into a couple of different items, and then I pull that one down, and then oh, it didn't do it. Oh, but that one did it. So this one over here, I don't know why they're different.
Huh.
So I did the same thing here with these 3 items.
It might have to do with like where the where the specific automation point lies.
Yeah.
But that would just be a guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyhow, but
all right, I'm going to take the screen back. Let's just talk about file management really quick, because I haven't mentioned that. Like backup options. I have this set up to automatically back up every 5 minutes into a backups folder, which will go with your project's directory. This is where you'd start to customize that stuff. So I've set up the file management default so it mirrors Pro Tools. Like, so it'll create an audio files folder and save things to that audio files folder. But this is how you start to dig into that stuff. This is an unsaved project, and I just dragged and dropped my audio straight into the session. So in Pro Tools, you'd have to save the session before you even start, and then whenever you import a file, it's going to import it to that audio files folder. In this case, because I haven't saved it, it's still looking at wherever I dragged and dropped that audio from, and I can actually double check that by going to source media here, and I can see under the path column that it's pulling. I'm actually getting some items that are not supposed to be here, but it's pulling stuff from my Dropbox folder. That's where I downloaded the files to. So point being, we need to save this session in order to collect all those files into the right spot. So let's just do a save as. And when you save as, by default, it should have these 2 things checked. If I'm going to save to the desktop and I have these 2 boxes checked, if I save demo session, the first box is going to create a folder that is going to contain both the RPP, an audio files folder, and all of the audio files. And then the second box, copy all media into project directory. That is going to copy the files from wherever I imported them from. And I can, instead, if I'm feeling dangerous, I can move them. But as you can imagine, that there's a potential that could create problems too. So this is to point out that the safest thing I think to do is to copy when you're saving. And when I do that, just to prove the point, it's going to move all the files there. And rebuild the peaks. And then when I go to my desktop, I've got my demo session folder, and it has the RPP file and audio files and music. So again, it's not up converting those MP3s. It didn't turn them into waves. It's just pulling from them natively. And then it also has this peaks folder, and that's where it has all the waveform data. So this is a little bit more similar to how like Ableton does. If you've used Ableton, they make files for all of their waveforms. And it's worth noting that whenever you copy a file or import a file into Reaper, it's going to make a peaks folder in that same folder. And some people might find that annoying because you're going to get these peak folders cluttering up your system. You can customize that in the settings. If I do a search for peaks, it's actually under standby. Where is it? Here it is. It's under general and paths, but you can instead have it store all of these peaks files into a central location. So like I could set it up to go to a temporary folder, and that way like all of my peaks data would be there kind of out of the way, and then I could periodically clean it or delete it if I want. The reason I don't have it set up that way by default is I'm collaborating out of Dropbox a lot with other people. So I want the peaks files to be all located in the session. And that way, if someone's importing a new file and saving that file to Dropbox, that it's also saving the peaks file. And that way I don't have to reprocess it when I get it on my end. But if I deleted the peaks files, or if the peaks files didn't transfer for whatever reason, it's not a big deal. Reaper will just recalculate them. So you can just delete these, and it's not gonna, the only issue is that it's just gonna take a little time when you open the session to recalculate them.
Question?
I try to avoid that. Yeah.
Can you set a preference to whenever you're dragging and dropping a new file in or importing a new file that it automatically copies rather than adds in Pro Tools lingo? And then that way the peaks file would all be in the project directory from the get-go?
I don't know. That's a good question, and I'm going to add that. I just added that to my list. I think I can think of a couple workarounds for it. One would be, and this is actually what this is actually really helpful to know. So let's say that you have a big project where you're working, you have a lot of sound effects, you have a lot of music, and you've organized that already in your own folders. If I made a folder called music, and let's just mock this up. I'm going to delete this from the track. So I no longer have this file referenced in this session. But let's say instead I had a music folder, and that music folder were saved under the audio files folder. Basically what I'm saying is, if you've organized your stuff already, so I have an interview folder, I have a music folder, I have a sound effects folder, and you put it underneath that existing audio files file structure, and then you import it with a saved session, so that your session has already been saved. Basically, I think one way of doing it would be to save, to do it the way Pro Tools does it, to save the session automatically as soon as you start it. And I think there is a way to turn that on. And then as you import files, it will not make another copy of that. So sorry, let me just do this one more time. I didn't do this scientifically. Let me back up so I can just really show that this is what is happening. So I've deleted the music file from my audio files folder. So it no longer exists directly under the audio files. Now it exists only in this music folder. And then I copy it into that folder. And then if I save a new version, so when I'm collaborating with people, I'll usually have them do the date, and then initials, and then maybe a version number. And then I click copy all media into project directory. Now, if I look at my file structure again, not only do I have that new session right here, but it didn't make a new copy of that music file. Instead, it continued to reference it from the folder that was already under the music already under the audio files folder. Does that make sense? I feel like I didn't explain that very clearly, but do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. From here, so that's file management. I'm just trying to think if are there any other file management related questions? Things that you'd expect it to do, that sort of thing.
Can you walk through what happens when, say, you're receiving or sending a session to someone and the audio files aren't available for them?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. Let's just do that. So I'm going to save this session, and how about I just move these audio files to my desktop for now. So I'm going to close the session, and I'm going to reopen it from my Finder. So you can see audio files are missing, right? Opening the session. You'll get a dialog like this. And at this point, there are a couple ways you could do it. You could just have it search. So I happen to know exactly where the audio files are. So I can search and direct it to the audio files folder that I just moved. It'll find them. And then from that point forward, I can do a save as and collect the files again. So that's one way of doing it. You can also have it independently look for different files. Let me just try to, so I'm going to mock this up one more time. Close this. Delete that. Reopen this. So yeah, you can have it search, and you have a few different options here. On successful search, continue looking in that same folder. So that can be a really helpful thing. If you know that all the files just sort of exist in a different parallel structure, you can, as soon as it finds one file, it'll keep looking in that same place. You can have it say on failed search, leave the file offline and keep searching for other files. So that can be a helpful way of working. You can abort the project load. You can temporarily say, leave this one file offline, but then keep going and keep looking for other things. So you have a bunch of different options. Or you can browse specifically to say, like, I know exactly where this one file is, and go to it and say, I was looking for the voice file. So I can say that's where it is. And yeah, I had it set to keep looking in the same directory, so it found the music file as well. But the important thing to say about this, I think, when I compare it to the way that Pro Tools does it, is that Pro Tools embeds some additional metadata whenever you're importing a file. And I'm sure that we've all run into this where like, you're like, the file's in the structure, but it's not relinking, you know, and then you have to go through the relinking thing. I don't have that problem with REAPER, you know? I'm able, like it knows, it's able to find the file without having this sort of question of like, does it have the right hash or whatever? But then also, if I want to get a new copy of the file, or if I know I can get that file from another source, or if I'm re-downloading that file from WeTransfer or whatever, you know, like that is a harder process to do in Pro Tools. Whereas in REAPER, it's just sort of like, okay, couldn't find the file here, look for it here, make the connection, and it just seems to work. So maybe this has something to do with like me still on some level not really fully understanding the way that Pro Tools relinking works. But I've been using Pro Tools for a long time, and I still find it frustrating as hell. So,
well, I mean, are there situations you run into with REAPER where it's like, what is REAPER using then to match those files? Is it about duration? Is it about file size? Is it about file name? Like, and can you get granular with that? Like, that's one thing I do like about Pro Tools, that you can like kind of adjust the parameters that you're using to relink to.
Yeah. I think it's by name. At least the way that I've always used it, it's by name. And so I don't have a good answer for that.
Can it get tricked? I guess is the follow-up then, like if you rename a different file with the file name that it's looking for, will it relink?
Do you mean
yeah. Just, you know, like if you have a if it's missing a file called track 1 and you have this other piece of music called track 2 and you rename it track 1 and you point it to that, will it relink to the wrong, to that thing, to that other file? Does that make sense?
So that's how I sometimes, like, one example of that in Pro Tools land for me is if I'm doing RX to an interview file and I want to clean up something, and then I'm trying to tell Pro Tools, look to this other thing and not the other thing, and then I rename it. And I've been able to make that work sometimes, and then there have been other times when I'm hitting my head against the wall with relinking problems. But so instead of doing that, I just tell it to look to a different file. So for example, let me see if I have this set up. On this default configuration, I don't have my external editor set up. Sorry, let me just point this out really quick. External editor. I have a key command for this. But I just cleaned it out because I realized that I was sharing this configuration with a lot of people and not everyone was going to have Izotope RX. But by default, let me find this. Okay, RX8 editor. Okay. So I have a key command set up so I can just click on a file and send it to RX directly. So it'll open up an RX. I can do all my, this is sort of doing the equivalent of the RX Connect, but in Reaper land. So I can do my, denoising or whatever. Let's just pretend I did something to this. I'll just do I'll just get rid of the low frequencies. Save as, no, not save as, I have to export as. Export as a new file. And then it's going to go to the same place where the file was pulling from. So I'll call it RX, whatever, maybe the date, save that. And then I can do this a couple ways. I can do choose new file and then just have it go to that instead. Or if I didn't want to do that, I could do that. I just hit undo. So now it's going back to the MP3 again. I can do that up here and right click and say replace in project all instances. So if I've got a file that's like an interview that's already been edited, and I want to do denoising to the whole original file, what I'll do is I'll do the same process that I just did in front of you, but instead of doing it on one item, I'll go up to the source media and I'll say for this whole file throughout the whole project, right click on that and replace it with the new thing. And then it does that for every instance of that, every place where that file is being referenced in the project. So that's really fast.
Does it break anything to just swap the file out in your audio files folder? So if you processed a file in RX, the raw, say like the raw interview, you did like a denoise pass, a deplosive pass or something in RX, you resaved it with the same file name in your audio files folder. Would that break anything in Reaper?
No. And actually I have it set up to do something like what you just described. So let's say, let me just double check this and make sure that okay, I actually don't have this turned on by default in my thing. There's a way to set it up so when I'm clicking out of the application, the items go offline. So right now Reaper has focus, and if I click into the desktop, now it says offline. So and this is something that I turned off because I thought it would get confusing for people and people would get like, oh, it's offline, like something's gone wrong with my Reaper, and I didn't want to create that impression. But I have that turned on, and what this allows me to do is I can go to the RX, do my modification. Let's just do high and low pass. And then, well, okay, I can't do it because this is an MP3 and not a wave. If it were a wave, I could just overwrite the original file, and rather than exporting, and then I would click back to Reaper and all those changes would be made without me having to do anything. And that functionality happens because it's going offline for a minute, and then when you click back in the project, it takes them back online, meaning that it's updating the reference. So that's how I do that problem.
So sorry, can I jump in?
Yeah.
So is the setup that you have to send to RX, is that functioning in our current configuration that we have?
It's not. But the way you do it, there are two things that you need to do. First, you need to go to Preferences and do a search for External Editor. And you can actually have a primary and a secondary editor if there are two programs that you do things with. But anyway, I've just set it up as go to Izotope 8 as my audio editor. So that's the first thing you have to do. And then the second thing that you'd have to do, and I think actually actually, if you do that, it'll work. But the other part to this is if I go to my action list, I have Command Option E as this is going, open this item in my external editor. So something that I do sometimes, I don't do this very often because I like to work non-destructively as much as possible, and I like to not create extra files. But like let's say that I'm working with an interview where I didn't get room tone, and I don't want to try to like hack it together. I'm going to use RX ambience replace to synthesize room tone for this interview. So the way I do that is make a copy of an item. So I just dragged, option dragged to make a new copy, the way you do it in Pro Tools. Let me just zoom in on that. By the way, that also works the E key, zooming in and out, just like Pro Tools. Okay, so I've made a copy of this, and now I can do a couple things. I can do the Command Shift 3, which will make it a new, it does the same thing as, or is it Option Shift 3? Option Shift 3 in Pro Tools will export this as its own item. So I'm not referencing the whole file at this point because now it's chopped and sort of consolidated it as its own file. You can also do that under item, and it's called glue items, and that will do the same thing. But so this is its own discrete file now. Now I'm going to send this file into RX, and actually I should have done something where there was a little bit more room tone to play with. But I think if maybe you've already done this, but you can, if you know about this trick, you can find the bit of room tone that actually you can sample. Teach it, output ambience only, render it, or sorry, I got to do that for the whole file, render that. So I'm synthesizing room tone, and then overwriting the original file. It's a wave, so it's letting me do that now. And now when I go back to REAPER, this is my room tone. So that's how I do it. I think I answered a different question than the one you asked, Andrew. Okay.
No, that was all great.
Let me just quickly talk about rendering. The way that I think a lot of radio folks work is like they'll make their assembly here, and then they'll often have like, extra clips and stuff like that on the outside. So if you were to export the whole project, you would be exporting all of your extra stuff too. So the way I typically do, I haven't talked about creating a time selection. So if you just lasso, or it's called marquee, but if you marquee your items together and hit C, this is not a Pro Tools key command. I actually took this from Logic, but C for cycle is the way I think about it. Although, is there a key command that's equivalent in Pro Tools that I could maybe add for like selecting a group of things and then making a time selection around a set of clips? I can look this up on my own time, but
I think it's a preference where your timeline selection
matches your
track selection, but you can't really, in Pro Tools you can't really select just the clips in your track. Right. You select time in the track.
Well, I mean, you can do it that way too by just clicking on your ruler and doing it that way. But this is how I've come to do it. So doing C to make a cycle. And then you can either hit that little render button that I've made up there. You can do Command Option B, or Command Option R. But I just want to talk about the render dialog a little bit. And I think most of this will be pretty self-explanatory to most of you, but the source is where you're pulling from. So in this case, most often you'd be pulling from the master fader, master mix. You do have the option to bounce stems or stems and the master mix. Or for really specific cases, you can bounce stems through the master fader too. And you can think that there might be reasons that you'd want to do that if you want it to go through the same amount of limiting or something like that. So that's a possibility. The one note about that is then it has to bounce the stem and then next stem and then next stem. But if you bounce stems the sort of basic way, it's bouncing not through the master fader. And that way you can either just take those stems and then have them go through the same master fader or whatever. But this is one of the ways when we're in a workflow where you have to take stuff from Reaper and put it into Pro Tools or another video editor or something like that. You can bounce out stems that way. So that's an option, but for now we'll just do the master mix. And then the bounds. So by default, I have it set to time selection. I think Reaper's default is actually to bounce the whole project, but time selection I think is the safer thing to do. So that's how I teach people. And I haven't done this much myself, but you can also have it bounce specific regions. So you can create a group of regions that are pointing to different parts of your session. Like if you had an ad and then, segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, you can have it in one swoop bounce out each one of those things as its own file, depending on how you've selected those regions. I'm not going to demo that because I will probably mess it up, but it's a possibility, just so you know. And then here you see the bounds of your time selection, where it starts, where it ends, how long the selection is. You can add a tail, so if there's reverb, you can budget for how long the reverb needs to be. Directory, just output directory, I'm going to bounce it to my desktop. File name. Wildcards is pretty cool, especially if you're doing stems. You can add these things saying, you can add the track name. So when you're doing it by track, you can say demo bounce and then $track, and that will add the track name to the file. And you can do that with a bunch of stuff. You can do that with date, author, project. So you can really, add a lot of metadata into the file names, depending on how you set this up. Okay, output options, obviously change your settings to whatever you want. You can have it do on and offline render if you want, but obviously by default, it's going to be full speed offline, so it'll use as much CPU power as you can give it. This is a new thing, second pass render for items. If there's a reverb tail, it'll let it do it render on the second pass, so you can include the reverb tail at the beginning of the loop for any of you who do loop-based stuff. Format, you can output it as anything, WAV, MP3, FLAC, etc. Or if you're doing video, because it does video editing, you can export video as well. And again, I'm editing my YouTube stuff all in Reaper. And then you can also have it output another format. So you could have it output a MP3 and WAV at the same time. If you hit apply, that'll just sort of save the settings as you've selected them, but then render will, do that. Render the file. Oh, that's weird. It's taking a lot longer than I expect. Okay, and then it will bounce it out. And that should go to my desktop. And I believe I did an MP3 and a WAV. Yeah, so WAV MP3. So that's rendering. sometimes when you're working with clients, you want a big clock. You've got a big clock.
Can I ask a question real quick? While we're on the topic of big clock, I found that sometimes in the top corner where it displays the selection times, that's like super small.
Yeah.
Is there a big version of that?
That would probably be dependent on different themes. So we could change the theme, and I just want to point out to everyone what you're talking about. So if, let's say I want to measure how long this is, you know, and I do C, so I'm hitting a time selection. Right up here in the corner, it'll tell you sort of the start, end, and time selection. So I can see, and you're right, it is very small. I can see that it's about 16 seconds. I bet you that there's a way to change this, and I just don't know what it is, but it would probably involve one of two things. Either changing your theme. So right now I'm using this custom theme because I kind of don't like the default Reaper theme, but this is what it would look like if we were using the default Reaper settings. So it's a little bit bigger, not that much bigger.
Yeah, but also your custom theme is much prettier.
Thank you. Thank you for approving of my aesthetics. I didn't make it, but this one designer, Jan, on the Reaper forums, makes stuff that's really flat and non-skeuomorphic, and that's my personal preference. But if you want things that like replicate the look of an analog console, like that's out there for you too. People have made it. But then like there are people who get into different layout type stuff. This is all customizable. You can also like customize, you can make multiple menu bars. So like I've just been using the one menu bar, but this customized menu bar toolbars, this is not answering your question, Andrew. But you can
It's okay, it's interesting.
You can make secondary toolbars if you want, tertiary toolbars. I like that idea of improving that because it is really small. I'm going to look into that.
Chill. No, thank you. I was just curious if there was a quick option, and that's something that I end up using a lot. Where I'm just like, how long is that piece? And I like your grid in the back. I think that's super cool. And I appreciate actually learning that it's connected to the time signature. That's also really interesting.
Yeah. So like, if you wanted to go to preferences, it's under grid. So 20 measures, we could change it to, 60 measures and then get a different look to the, then it would go by a different. So anyway, yeah, that's how I set that up. Since I'm looking up here where you were drawing my attention, Andrew, this is something that I haven't mentioned to anyone, but to see this thing that says monitor effects, if you are the type of person who uses one of those plugins that like changes the sound of your speakers with a certain EQ curve or whatever, you can set up a plugin there. And that way, this is sort of sitting outside the signal flow of your project, but you can make it so your monitoring is actually getting an effect applied to it as well. So that's how you do that if you want to.
I was just going to say, I put a question in the chat, but I think that as you go into templates, it probably might address this. Because I'm assuming it's template driven to see if there's any sort of source destination model.
I don't have a lot of experience with the source destination way of working. I just sort of know of it. And I do know that there are people in Reaper who have built custom scripts that allow you to do that. But I don't know enough about it to, so I think it's possible. But I couldn't tell you how to do it myself.
Stumped you. Okay, great.
Yeah. But I think if you do a search in the Reaper forums, which by the way are a pretty amazing resource, I'll just put that in the chat. If you do a search in there for source destination, I think you'll find someone who's made a custom script that works in that way of editing.
Hey, just to talk, one other question about selecting time in terms of like setting up a render. One piece of my workflow is often just like having a marker for my start of my episode or my whatever it is that I'm end up going to want to bounce, and then another marker for the end, and then kind of using that as a consistent way to like select the same amount of time or like select the same start and end point. Is there a similar way to sort of select the time in your project that you would want based on markers?
There might be, but I think that would be a better way. A better way to get the same effect would be to use regions, which are like markers, but with a start and end point.
Oh, okay. Is that? Yeah, I didn't know.
That's the thing that I don't do often myself, but was mentioning rendering through regions.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
that might be confusing because regions mean a different thing in former Pro Tools land. But here, when we say regions, okay, so for example, let's say that we wanted to bounce this whole thing. This is like we want to create markers at the beginning and the end. Instead of doing that, we could insert. Oh, I have to make a time selection first. So the workflow is hit C to make your time selection, then insert region from time selection. And that'll create this bracket, which you can name. Right? Yeah, edit region. So demo region. And by the way, there's also a region manager. This is a way of looking at both your markers and regions, but in a list style. So you can, if I make a marker here, whatever, it'll show up and you can reorder them or rename them. But it shows markers and regions in the same thing. And then we can just render that region directly. That's new to me. Oh, that's cool. And then it customizes it. It already sets the settings the way you want it to go. So that's cool. And then the render region matrix. Render matrix. You can have, so this is the one region that I set. And then if I made another region here, that should show up. And then you can export these two things independently as separate files. So that's how you do it. Again, I've not really made this part of my workflow, so I'm kind of doing this on the fly, but that's the idea behind it. It's kind of like having a marker be the start and the end, but
right. No, but it's also interesting because it looks like in the render matrix you can selectively add or subtract tracks that get incorporated into that.
Oh yeah, that does. Yeah, it seems like that. So
you could have two identical time regions that
and then selectively export.
Right, a vocal.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Rad. All right. Good eye. It does have Soundminer built in. If you go to view, it's called the where is it? Media Explorer. So this is all of my entire sound library, and I can search for, everything that I've imported into it. So like I can just do a search for, I don't know, water. What are some water sounds? Boat. And I have this all on an external hard drive, and you can have different databases for different sound libraries. I can take portions of it and just drag and drop it and stuff. So I'm going to leave it at that for now, but you can pitch and change the rate and do all this other stuff. So let's just run down the template. So what I tell people to do when I'm teaching them how to mix through this template is I say, I'm just going to delete all this stuff that we did here. And actually, what if I did it this way? Just redrop in that file. There we go. Alrighty. So I have people loudness normalize their audio, and I tell them that they are looking to get a -23 target. So on the master fader, you've got your plugin chain here. You can look it up by hitting FX, or you can see them up here. But what I've configured it with is just the Ulean loudness meter. So this is pre-limiting. So I am looking to achieve a -23 target here. I do have a multi-band compressor in the chain, and it's not really set up to do anything special or particular right now. It's pretty neutral. But for anyone who wants to do multi-band compression on their mastering, that's a possibility. I'm just going to disable it for now. And then the master limiter. And again, I'm using all stock plugins here, but you could use whatever limiter you want. And then I've set the threshold for -7 and the ceiling, it's called limit, but the ceiling for -2. So the theory is that if you deliver a mix that is mixed around a -23 dialogue, that this is boosting it up and limiting, so you're getting a -18 LU mix at the end. So that's what's happening, but important thing being that the loudness meter is pre-limiting. So I'm still telling people to mix to -23 and then just let the limiter do what it needs to do. But what I also tell people is to do the loudness normalization on your music too when you're starting to mix the music. And the theory here is that way, when you do your volume automation on your music, that when the fader is at 0, when the music is in the clear, you know that it's at the same loudness as the voice. So that's a really fast way to start mocking things up. So I can just delete all of this automation and just eyeball it with 4 automation points for the voice. And then I usually find that dropping it down by about 12 decibels once I've done this loudness normalization. So once I know that they're in the clear, once I know that the music at its 0 decibel fader level is going to be -23 LU, subtracting 12 decibels from that usually puts it in like a good bed range. And obviously that depends on the type of music too. But that's like kind of my ballpark. Here's just a little bit of test audio to make sure that smooth, clear audio. And then I'll slide that so the beat's dropping as it's fading up, pops, and that it sounds like smooth, clear audio. And then I can see that on this, in this dialogue, that this last bit is a little bit quieter. So I'll just make a few broad stroke kind of edits, normalize, it'll balance it. And let's just see with all that how close we got on our loudness meter. Here's just a little bit of test audio to make sure that your audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper and that you're hearing this successfully without any glitches or pops, and that it sounds like smooth, clear audio. So not bad. So what's happening is it's been loudness normalized, then it goes through all the plugins, and the plugins that I have on the studio track, I'll just first run down them and then I'll talk about them in a little bit more detail. But I have REAPER, which is kind of like Reaper's free alternative to RX denoise. So it has a few different modes. It has an EQ and a gate and a compression mode. But in this case, I'm putting it in subtract mode. And the principle is the same. I just teach it the sound of the noise floor. So I'm going to reset and then automatically build noise profile. So click that. And then I just loop a little bit of it. Let's just listen to the dialogue by itself. So I'm just looping the noise floor. It builds the noise profile. I uncheck it, and now it's set. And for people who really want to get into it, you can change the FFT size and stuff like that. But I have it relatively, just because I want it to be fast and responsive. That's what I've set it at. But you can play with that and see how it changes the sound quality. And I will say, like, it's nowhere near as good as Izotope RX. But for folks who can't afford it, or, like I said, I wanted this to be a free thing. So that's why it's there, and that's how you'd use it. And it does work in a pinch. I would say that like sort of like Waves, what was it, X Noise? I felt like that was one of the first noise reduction plugins that I was aware of. It has more of that kind of, it gets a little bit garbly as it gets towards the noise floor. But you can listen for that. And then the other thing that you can do is, it says command move. You can move the line this way. And this is like basically turning the amount of reduction up and down. So that's the idea behind it. I'm just going to do this one more time. And then you can see on the FFT display how it's
Here's
screening.
just a little bit of test audio to make sure that your audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper and that you're hearing this successfully without.
So that's that. Next after that is, this is a built-in plugin. It lives in a slightly different place of the Reaper's plugin. It's a JS plugin, which JS is a file. It's a plugin format that is specific to Reaper. So it's not actually technically a VST. But the reason I'm using it is it's a graphical way of showing dynamics, in this case, downward expansion. So I'm not gating it, but instead I'm just having it turn down a little bit when someone's not talking. And if you've done the loudness normalization on dialogue, it should be pre-configured pretty well. So it's just turning down a little bit when people aren't talking. And that in combination with the denoiser actually does a pretty good job of like, you don't hear it working that much. And it can take, like the room that I'm in right now it obviously has some treatment, but I do have a window in front of me. And it takes care of any sort of street noise or anything.
Here's just a little bit of test audio to make sure that your audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper and that you're hearing this successfully without any glitches or pop.
So those two things kind of work together. Then I've got an EQ, and as you can see, it's really not doing much. It's just high pass filtering out at 75 Hertz. And then I have like very slight, like 1 decibel boosted the high end. But theory here being that we've got points ready to go for problem spots. So if you wanted to boost the bass with a shelf, that's ready to go. If you wanted to cut the lower mid muddy frequencies around 250, that's ready to go. And then these are turned off, but you know, I have points at 1 and 2K as well. And then I have a compressor, and I know that we probably all have slightly different philosophies behind compression, but mine is to do as little damage as possible and to keep it pretty light. So I have it at a ratio of 2:1, and it's a peak compressor, and it's set pretty fast. And the threshold is at 10. And once you kind of do this loudness adjustment, I find that this is compressing at about 2 decibels, maybe 3 at the most.
Here's just a little bit of test audio to make sure that your audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper.
So actually, I'm not seeing much more than 2 decibels of reduction there. And I actually think that because it's normalizing to negative 23, having just a little bit of compression, like I am getting kind of in the 23, 24 range once it goes through all these compressors. I say all these compressors because, so that's the plugin chain for this track. And then I have a similar plugin chain on the other studio tracks so they could be downward expanded independently. But they both go up to the studio bus. And then there is one last layer of compression, which is an RMS-based compression. So it's doing a little bit more of an average thing. It's got a bigger knee. It's also at a ratio of 2:1, and it's just doing a little bit more average leveling. So the idea being that the first line of compression is getting the momentary transients, and then this one is sort of just a very light smoothing.
Here's just a little bit of test audio to make sure that your audio device
and that both voices are going through the same set of leveling at that final stage. And obviously, you can apply whatever approaches you want to use. So that's the studio bus section. And then the actuality bus, it's a similar layout. Basically, I do have the FIR on there, although for field recordings and stuff, I typically wouldn't want to do any denoising to that.
my personal approach is like if I want to actually do denoising, I'll be doing that in Izotope ahead of time, or I'll be sending items out specifically, or I'll put it on tracks. But the philosophy here is that for if you're doing a collage of clips, actualities, or interviews from different spaces, the plugins on the actuality bus are more just about trying to get things to gel than they are about doing any real correction. So if you wanted to do EQ correction, I would personally do that on the track level or item level. But this stuff is just kind of gelling together is the idea. So there is a refer there. There is the downward expansion, although I have it turned off because I think that is really only for things that are trying to sound as if they're in a studio space. There's EQ with a little bit more coloration. I'm high passing at 100 and low passing at 15,000. So it's really not doing a ton. And then I have a built-in low mid, just slight scoop. So things kind of, again, the idea being that it gels together a bit more. And then I have both compression stages, a faster one and a slower one. And then at the very end, this is like my own secret sauce thing that I've been doing for a while, which maybe I shouldn't have put in the template, but I like putting a very, very subtle reverb on the actualities track that is meant to not even really be heard, but more perceived, with the idea that instead of being the sort of in the head voice of God kind of thing, that it's just ever so slightly creating an image that's out in front of you. But actually kind of interesting thing to point out here, all of these plugins, including the third-party plugins, if you add them here, in Reaper, they all have a built-in wet-dry balance. So you can actually see, I'm using like 3% of this reverb. So it's like super subtle. It's a really short, small reverb. And again, the idea is that you feel it more than you actually perceive it as reverb. And also that it's the kind of thing that you wouldn't even really notice in speakers, that it's just kind of for headphones. But I do find that it creates an interesting contrast between the studio tracks, which are like very voice of God in the center of your head, and then this thing that's just slightly different. So that's what's happening there. Okay, this is where we start to get into some of David's questions about sidechaining and stuff. So any material that's on the studio bus or actuality bus is going to be doing some EQ modulation on the music track only when someone's talking. Here's just a little bit of test audio to make sure that your audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper, that it sounds like smooth, clear audio. So you can futz with this and tune it however you want. I tend to prefer doing a much gentler EQ curve, and actually just looking at it right now, it's maybe being a little bit more aggressive than I'd even want it to be in terms of how much gain reduction is happening. But the way this is set up, you will notice if I go into my track routing of the music bus, that it is receiving from the studio bus and the actuality bus. But unlike a typical receive, where it would be receiving from tracks 1 and 2 of those tracks and then going into tracks 1 and 2 of the music bus, instead, you'll notice the music track is actually a 4-channel track. So I've set it up 4 there. And so 1 and 2 from the studio and actuality are going into 3 and 4, which is not routed anywhere in terms of the actual mix flow, but the 3 and 4 then become my sidechain. So when I go to this EQ and I hit 0.3, and the parameter that I'm automating here in this case is the gain. So I click gain, that's the last thing I touched. You can see I have a check on parameter modulation. And so this is how I'm doing it. I'm saying, take audio from the 3 and 4 tracks, and then I have some attack and release to customize the ballistics dynamics of how it's being modulated, and the direction that it's modulating. In this case, it's pushing it down. It's going negative. And so this is how you start to customize it. You can also tell it what its max and minimum signal should be. That your audio device drivers are configured properly in Reaper,
and that you're hearing this successfully.
So if I thought this effect was a little too strong, I could actually play with the strength right here.
REAPER, and that you're hearing this successfully without any glitches or pops.
And now you can see it's being less aggressive. So that's all just happening in the background. And it's happening obviously in addition to the volume level that's being dropped on the music track. But I find that if you take things down about 12 decibels and you have this going on, like that has been a relatively transparent process. And the real idea is that you don't even notice it. If you notice it working, it's working too hard. Okay. I talked a while ago about how I had the Q key turning on automation for all these different things. So I have some preset automation for the high and low pass filtering on the music bus. So not on the individual track level, but on the bus level. You hit Q, you'll see these two lanes. Just because I think high and low pass filtering is kind of like one of those, especially for producers who are just starting out, like amazing moments where they're like, wow, I can do sound design. I solo you can just draw that. And so by default, they're completely open, but they exist. So you can start futzing with the high and low pass filtering. And I'm just doing that with the same, track EQ, the built-in REAPER EQ. And then similarly, high pass is the purple track. Yeah. So that's ready to go if anyone wants to work that way. And then you'll also notice I have a master limiter on my music track, and that's just set up for protection, so it doesn't go above 1 decibel if I had to export as tracks or export as stems. And then there's a reverb track also in the music folder. And in this case, I have each music track independently sending to the reverb track. And that's what this red line is. You can see send volume reverb, and they're all off by default. But if you're the type of person who wants to do a little like reverb throw at the end, okay, that's too much obviously, but you could futz with it and get it to where you wanted to go. So. And the reverb plugin is just, this is a stock, it's a convolution reverb actually. This is Reaper's stock reverb plugin. It has another reverb plugin called Reverbate, which is pretty terrible. It's kind of like the equivalent of Deverb in Pro Tools, which I think is pretty terrible. But there is a very simple reverb. Instead of using that, I am making this convolution reverb. And the only reason I really mention that is when you save things with this template, in the audio file folder, in the audio files folder, there'll be a subfolder called impulses. And so when you save things with this project, it's also going to have 2 small impulse response files. So just to demo that, if I were to save this. Demo 2. In my audio files folder, not only do I have the peaks, but I have these 2 impulse response files. And the large one is for the music reverb. And the small one is for the actuality bus. So that's that. Oh, just noticing the chat, Jeff says that barely there verb can help smooth edits too. And I also find that having that on the actuality bus can hide some things that might be just a little bit futzy, a little bit tricky. Okay, sound effects bus, there's just a limiter. There's an EQ on it too, but the EQ is not doing anything. It's just there for, as you need it. But it's not doing anything. And then there's a limiter that is set to be a protective -1 ceiling thing. And then when folks are working with this, if they need to make new tracks, what I tell people to do is just copy and paste. And that way the tracks will have the same setting. You can also right-click and duplicate tracks, which will do effectively the same thing as copying and pasting. But that way you can have as many tracks for sound effects and music as you want, and it'll stay under that same structure. And then the pre-mastered material track, like I said, there's nothing on there effect-wise, but I do tell people to do the loudness normalization on the pre-mastered material anyway. And that way it's not, too loud when it's going through the final limiting stage. Oh, and just to show as an example, because I think it's interesting. Let me find a video file. Okay, so this is the video session that I made. The most recent YouTube video that I made from last week's session. So this has already been edited. It's going to calculate the peaks, but it just shows up just like a music track. And then if you go to view video, it has all these guidelines on this is part of my Wolverine project. Let me just turn that off really quick. With the Wolverine, because it was ambisonic, I had this whole grid system of keeping track of characters so I could see where they were moving in the 3D space. I'm just going to close that project. That'll turn that all off. Sorry about that. Okay, so video. And the cool thing about it is that it just edits the same way as if you were editing audio. And you can crossfade in the same way, and there's a plugin called Video Processor, which will let you do various basic things, cropping, and maybe not cropping. Actually, I think it doesn't let you do cropping, which is something I found out the hard way. It lets you zoom things and have opacity, and you can move things around, obviously. And they have some basic effects, blurring and pixelating and coloring. But the one that actually is maybe the most helpful is item fades affect video. So that's not turned on by default, but when that's on, whenever you do fades, the same way you do audio fades, it'll do a video fade as well. So for anyone who's dabbling in video, it's fun. But it also you see all this code and stuff like that, so it's not for everyone.
Can I ask a question about the volume normalization or the loudness normalization? Is that target configurable? And is that one of the SWS extensions, like that functionality?
It is, yeah. So you can do a few things with loudness. So if you go to extensions and loudness, it'll open up this window here. One very basic thing you can do is select a bunch of items and analyze them, and it'll calculate the values for you. And actually, I haven't even really dug into this too much. You can analyze tracks, I guess. But to your question about customizing it, if I go to the actions list and search for loudness, there are a few different options. You can actually do it also based on RMS loudness. I guess that's a preset that I made. What is it that I'm looking for? Here we are, global loudness preferences. So if you don't have a key command mapped to something, you can always just run the function like that, and then it will pop up. So it has presets here, -12, -14, -23. So I did -23. And I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't let us specifically, you can use the K system if you want to use the K system. I'm surprised that it doesn't let us specify like exact LU. I feel like that's a no-brainer kind of thing to add, but that's how you do it. There's a similar thing for RMS. You can do RMS preferences, I think. Set RMS and normalize options. That's a different function. And here you can actually be really specific about what your RMS is and how big of the window you want to make. So you could do like a 3-second window, and anyway, that's how you do it that way.
Yeah, that's strange. It's strange that the loudness only gives you those particular options.
Yeah, I mean, like that would be something we could add as a feature request to the SWS folks. They have all their stuff on GitHub, and yeah, they've actually been quite responsive to me when I have specific things like this. Like, I had a whole conversation with them about loudness, analyzing the loudness of ambisonic items, which was kind of a tricky thing, because there's so many different channels, and we eventually got a system that worked. But yeah, you should be able to set that.
I was going to say PRSS and PRX want -24, but you can probably get away with -23.
Yeah. Well, and then also because it's scaled to dB, you could do 23 and then just bump it up or bump it down. Rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, this does seem like a no-brainer thing. Like, why? Someone in one of my sessions the other day said that they had someone ask them for a loudness mix of -9. Has anyone ever heard of that?
Ouch. No.
Like, Spotify seems loud to me, but they're at -14, I think.
I think Rick Rubin was producing that podcast.
Yeah, right.
I think I'd heard that Alexa and or Google Voice was going to 12, but that's the worst I'd heard as a standard.
Yeah. I mean, that sort of makes sense for one of those like devices, I guess. You want it to be really, but still seems very loud to me. So, I really appreciate everyone being here today, by the way. As you are probably aware, I'm sort of making this a little bit of a mission of mine. And it's not to cast shade necessarily on Pro Tools, but it is to let folks know that there are other options. And also just like, I love this program so much that I want everyone else to know like what it can do. Like something I haven't even shown yet, file. Under the file, there's a batch file item converter. And so you can, like do batch up a bunch of your conversions this way. Like, it feels like so often I keep finding new things inside this program that are making my life easier, and are speeding me up in a way that I'm not getting messier. I'm actually like freeing myself up to be more creative. And I think for the type of engineering minds that are sort of coincide with a little bit of hackery minds, this is so powerful. And it does require a little bit of thinking slightly differently. Like, obviously the menus are not going to replicate Pro Tools or anything like that. But I would like to think that if the key commands are mostly covered, that people, not just engineers, but producers who have been using Pro Tools for years and years can just jump into this, and that it won't feel crazy to them, that it won't feel like they have to learn everything all over again. Because I totally get that is like, no one wants to do that. And then, on the flip side of it, for people who are just coming up, because Pro Tools is still something that's required all over the place, like to have the system that would allow people to get that kind of workflow. And I do really like the key command layout in Pro Tools. Like I learned on that. And I think that part of it works really well. So I've tried to preserve that. But I also want, to be able to hack things when I need to hack them, and so my hope is that like for shops that are Pro Tools exclusive, that they could at least add this into the toolkit, like have it as it can exist parallel on the system, and then when you've got producers who are working in Reaper, that like it's not really slowing anyone down to have to just temporarily switch over and work in Reaper for a bit, and or if Reaper ends up having advantages that you see in your shop, that you might consider using that instead of Pro Tools, and have Pro Tools be the thing that's kind of parallel. So that's where I'm coming from. I think I've received some pushback from folks who I've been sort of cheekily saying, friends don't let friends use Pro Tools. And that is really coming from a place of love mostly. I don't love Pro Tools, but it's mostly like, I want to share this with all my friends. So that's where I'm coming from.
I'll just chime in that regard and just say thanks a lot for sharing all this stuff. I know both of my team members had a jet already, but we use Reaper almost exclusively for recording because it's been the most reliable software to do that, believe it or not, over almost everything else we've used. But we're now 6 years without Pro Tools.
Wow. Congratulations. I should give you like a chip or something.
But we're doing all of our posts in other programs, but we haven't turned on Pro Tools since we did a recording session 6 years ago.
Oh, wow. I had to recently upgrade my Pro Tools, and I was like, I'm not going to give them any money ever again. And it was actually something for 99% invisible. And I was like, well, I'm not going to be a diva for them. So I had to upgrade and whatever. But so I feel like I fell off the wagon for a bit. Yeah.
Have you played much with, or I mean, I imagine you have, but in terms of getting like interoperability, I see you have AA Translator running on a Mac.
Yep. So it's running an emulation using Wine, and it works pretty well actually, running an emulation. But if you have Catalina or Big Sur, I think Wine doesn't work anymore because of the whole 32-bit cap. I think it will work with like Crossover or VMware.
I've had limited success or like sporadic success using it on a Parallels install on my machine. Okay. But I've mostly been dealing with Hindenburg sessions.
Right.
And using it for Hindenburg sessions.
Just out of curiosity, are you so you're taking Hindenburg to Pro Tools, or what direction?
Yeah. So folks are sending me their Hindenburg sessions and to mix, like they'll do their assembly in Hindenburg,
right?
And then I'll convert it to a PTX. But sometimes I have better luck converting it to an AAF or an OMF.
Right, because I thought, and it's been a minute since I've dug into Hindenburg, but that it supported AAF exporting to Pro Tools natively.
One of the a higher tier version of it does.
Oh, okay. So you're sort of hacking around that.
Right.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, AA
I'm
Translator,
spending the money instead of them spending the money. That's
totally. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's why I bought AA Translator, is to do that kind of thing. Mostly, I will say that AA Translator works amazingly well going from Pro Tools to Reaper. I very rarely have a problem. Going from Reaper to Pro Tools, I do get problems, and I've been in contact with the developer. It's like one guy in Australia.
Yeah. I saw they just came out with a new version like a month ago or so. I haven't had a chance to install it yet, but I wonder if that maybe addresses some of the issues.
Yeah, and that's the one I'm running right now. And I did use some beta versions that he was making over the summer. And I will say that it's improved the Reaper to Pro Tools a bit. But I think that what he explained to me was that the reason converting to Pro Tools is so problematic has to do with the hashing and all of the extra metadata that Pro Tools incorporates. And so the other thing is, like, going from Pro Tools to Reaper is almost instantaneous. Like, all it's doing is it's reading the Pro Tools data and it's spitting out this XML Reaper file. You don't even need to have the audio files connected. It'll just do it. But if you're converting from Reaper to Pro Tools, it actually has to scan and do something to all of the individual audio files and re-export them, and it takes a long time. It takes like hours, or at least an hour. So
if it's a big, I mean, especially if you've got MP3s just running in your Reaper session or any kind of
right, exactly, because Pro Tools can't read that natively. So
right.
But I also, I mean, I've used this in other, like, I had a client several months ago who had they had edited a radio piece in Ableton, which is like, so I was almost like, I was pleasantly impressed that they were able to get as far as they did. But this also was able to do that. So that was cool. But yeah, I've used this, and I think the advice that I mostly give to people is like, it probably makes sense just to finish a project in the whatever DAW you've started the project in. It's just unless you're working with me, in which case I'm going to demand that it always ends up in Reaper, and I'm going to be a diva about it. But yeah.
Hey, you've gone way over the time you promised us, and
that's all right.
Feel free not to answer this question, but I was curious what you don't like about Reaper.
That's a great question. I don't like the stock plugin GUIs. I don't think they're very intuitive at all. They're terrible to teach on. And you can hide some of this stuff, and it gets a little bit prettier. But still, I don't know. I wish that they had put a little bit more TLC into their GUI, and that goes for the default theme as well. When Reaper 6 came out, there was this whole discussion on the pre-release part of the forum about like how it was shaping up, and I think the Reaper 6 GUI is like mildly better than the Reaper 5. Actually, I kind of maybe like Reaper 5 more.
This is mirroring the Pro Tools evolution, where the GUI just gets uglier and uglier, and especially the splash screen just gets uglier and uglier with every release.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other things. Like, I wish Reaper supported AAF and OMF natively. That feels like a relatively doable thing that I think that they have intentionally not chosen to do.
It seems like a big impediment to people doing post for film TV.
Yeah. And you can do plenty of I've done film work in Reaper. You can actually do the work just fine. It's right. the getting the stuff into the program that's the challenging part. And AA Translator will do that, but yeah, I wish that was built in. I wish that the SWS stuff was built in by default. And a lot of that just has to do with the lineage of how that came to be. That it was originally this project that just this third-party developer did on his own, and then some other people joined it, and now it's a totally volunteer-run thing. But I wish that functionality were just like folded in by default. Oh, just since I'm thinking about it though, we haven't really talked about like scripts or scripting, and that's a part of the program that I haven't really dug into, but just to point it out, as part of the SWS extensions, there's this thing called ReaPack. And this is a way of, actually just close this. It's not quite what I wanted to do. ReaPack browse packages. So what I just did there was, these are a bunch of scripts that other people have written. And once you start learning the people who are on the Reaper forums, these are like kind of, the standard characters that you see people posting a lot, who have really gone deep, who are making their own customizations and modifications that go way beyond what I've done. But really like writing scripts in Python and stuff like that. And this is a way of going to their GitHub address, or like having being always in sync with them. So I'm always getting the updated versions of whatever they are creating. So this is a way of just like, and all that stuff will then be available for me when I want to, add new things. So I can search for scripts that have to do with, I don't know. This is where you can really start to do things that feel like magic to me. Like someone built a whole, let me see if I can just pull it up. Track inspector, I think. I actually bought this one. So it's this panel that can sit, I'm going to close my normal track manager. This is kind of almost like Logic. Like when you click on a track, it will show you various information about the track and you can expand and contract different things. So it just like is adding this whole extra level of possibility. And this just goes way above and beyond anything that I could ever do. But yeah, like you can leave images on tracks if you wanted to. Yeah, it's cool. And that's one that I actually like paid a little bit of money for to explore.
Can I ask a quick question? Because I know you do some composing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do music stuff in Reaper as well? And how do you find it handles MIDI?
I mean, I still do a lot of my music stuff like in Logic and in Ableton, just because for Logic, the virtual instruments are just so great. And then Ableton for more of my like collagey experimental stuff, because if I'm making electronic music, I want to be in Ableton. So I haven't done as much composition, like music composition. I've done like kind of more experimental music concrete type stuff, which is not typically using MIDI. And I'll do that in Reaper because, it's like one really kind of cool thing that I haven't shown. Let me do this. And let me change my theme because I'm feeling very confused with this default theme. Options, themes. There's a mode called... Sorry, I'm doing the thing again, Andrew, where I'm not answering your question. I'm talking about something else. I will get to your question.
I mean, I think you got the question very quickly, and now moving on.
And now I'm going off on this whole. The thing I wanted to show though was track. Where is it? Free item positioning. So you can set up your tracks so they work more like almost like a canvas. Okay, this is not going to make sense until I actually do it. So I'm going to make this really big, and I'm going to turn on free item positioning. And that way I can like really just sort of like layer tracks upon tracks, and I can shrink the size of them, but it's not changing the volume or anything like that. So you can sort of just make these like weird collages of things. And it's kind of, it's very weird because you have like these multiple items on a track at a time, but it can be kind of fun to play with for weird sound designy type stuff.
Is the positioning of them on that track doing anything in terms of what we hear, or it's just they're happening at the same, they're overlapping in some way?
They're overlapping. Yeah, I don't think that they're canceling each other out or anything like that.
Standards. There should be just like /love for.
Yeah.
It's not like putting something on the top of the track pans it left and putting something on the bottom of the track.
No. Although that would be an interesting way of working. But yeah, it's just about like item position, basically. It might have some weird crossfade-y stuff. Like you might be able to, if auto crossfade is turned on, maybe. It's not something that I've spent a ton of time doing. But just to point out that it's there if you want to get really crazy with it.
Can they go across tracks? Can you put something?
No, you have to turn it on independently for each track or globally for the whole session. But yeah, so you could have like a really collagey track that's doing this weird stuff and then everything else is normal. Any other thoughts, questions?
Really very grateful that you put all this information together. It's super interesting, and worth more than what we paid.
Is Reaper paying you for this?
Reaper is not paying me for this. They
should be.
They kicked me $50 to upgrade my Zoom account so I could handle more people. But yeah. That's actually not true. They were supposed to give me I asked for $50. They said that they were going to give me 65 and they gave me 75. So I've netted $10.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. But I've been really enjoying doing this. Like, I like teaching, and I like spreading the gospel. And I'm looking forward to being I'm doing my last one of these sessions next Saturday, and I'm looking forward to not doing them. Like, I am getting a little bit burned out, but it's been cool to feel like people are interested, and now that the stuff is on YouTube, like, just knowing that people have that as an option and can explore it on their own time feels good.
Do you know if anybody's installed or tried to install Reaper on like a Raspberry Pi or some sort of other like small computer?
I have seen that. I've seen people do it. I don't think it is super effective. I think it's I think it's more proof of concept than it is like actually. But I think it's using a version of Wine that lets you run things in emulation or something like that. I don't know, but they do have Linux ARM-based versions, so I don't know. I feel like I've heard about that though on Raspberry Pi specifically.
It feels like if it's maybe not so much for dealing with recording, but as like a virtual mixing console, it might be an interesting platform for something like that.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Anyhow,
I really want to have an iPad version. That's been my dream for years, and I feel like now that Macs and iPads are basically the same thing, just with different user interfaces, it feels like it should be possible. I know that there's more than enough computing power in an iPad to do something like this, but it's more about what Apple will allow, and then also what the developers, they have to want to do it ultimately. Well, should we call it a day?
Hey, thanks again, man. Thank you. That's really great.
Yeah, totally. If you have any other thoughts or feedback, feel free to hit me up on email. And like I said, I am interested in trying to find ways of making this even more accessible. So if there are things that are like deeply confusing or like mission critical coming from a Pro Tools perspective, I'd love to just have more awareness about that, because I use Pro Tools in this one specific way, and I know that like one thing that you can't do, actually, so you asked David about things that I don't like. One thing I wish there were like a playlists mode. There's no playlist type thing. There are people who have made hacks, scripts that do something like that called track versions. And it's okay. Well, I guess I don't have it fully installed, but it will allow you to sort of save the state of a track and then bring the state of a track back. So it's the same sort of similar functionality, but it's just not the same. But I have talked with some radio folks who like playlists are a big part of how they make drafts, which is not the way I would want to work. But but that's like they would have different cuts of different things on different playlists, and I was just like, oh, I never thought to do that. Alrighty, I'm going to go have a snack.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brendan. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Take care.
Take care.